Okay, hello. I had a mini panic just before coming on. Hello, hello, hello. Got to shuffle forwards. Hopefully everything is gonna sound okay and that everything is working. Fingers crossed. Hopefully. I did this time do testing in advance, so if this time it doesn't work, then clearly I've done something seriously wrong. But hello, hello, hello. Thank you for joining the stream tonight. This one I actually didn't realise was as significant as it actually is. I was like making all the artwork for it and then I went, 60. That's a lot of live streams. Like, how many years is this in live streams? And then I realised that today is the 5th year of doing live streams, which is absolutely bonkers. It literally feels like it was just a few months ago when I started doing the streams, and now it's been 5 solid years, and I've done a live stream every single month from 5 years ago, which is absolutely crazy to me. So thank you so much everyone who has decided to join me tonight. I will give you forewarning, okay? I said I wasn't going to do it again, and I made the massive mistake of doing it. I am currently wearing like faux leather trousers on a faux leather seat, and if you've ever done that, it makes a very squeaky noise every single time I move. So if at any point you're like, what is that strange noise? It is my jeans on the chair, and I made a terrible mistake. So we'll just have to see how loud and annoying that is. But today we are going to be doing a bit of a hybrid stream, as I said last month. I'm going to start kind of alternating months, taking questions from a list that is on my community tab. And this is essentially designed so that anyone who isn't able to make a live stream is able to still ask their questions and have them answered in a stream. And if I answer them in a stream, I'm going to like the comments on the community page so that people will know that their question has been answered, and then they can go and watch it in the video. So that was essentially what I'm aiming for, and hopefully in the end I'll be able to do like grouped live streams on topics. But because this is the first month of doing it, I'm going to do a bit of a hybrid. I'm going to take some of the questions that have been pre-asked, and then the rest of the questions, especially if they relate to the question that's already been asked, I will be taking like out of the live stream chat. That is the plan. It's a little bit confusing, but I'm trying to like fit everyone in during the process so that no one feels left out. Whew, okay. That's a lot of words. So let's see where everyone's from. I always love doing this. I like getting to be nosy and see where people are from. So where do we have? We've got South Africa, Cyprus, Michigan, Montpellier in France, very nice, Chicago, North Carolina, Arkansas, India, Swansea, Wales, yes, Minnesota, Germany, Walsall, I can never say that right, Walsall, I always say it wrong, Connecticut, Florida. Wow, so many people from so many places, Las Vegas, Derbyshire, Wyoming, Devon, Greece, Finland, Rhode Island. Oh, I just jumped, no! I can see we're off to a great start of it already jumping, and I'm pretty certain I've already got lipstick on my teeth, so this is going very, very well, well so far. Let's see what we've got. Oklahoma, New Zealand, Arizona, California, Belgium, Alabama, Mexico, Massachusetts, Birmingham, New Zealand, Massachusetts again, St. Louis, Georgia, Gloucestershire, Buckinghamshire, Australia, Ohio, Colorado. So many different people from so many different places. So thank you so much for joining me today. So my plan is that I'm going to be throughout this video dotting some of the questions I've already been asked. So I've written myself a little sheet of some of the questions that have already been asked in the community tab. If you would like to add your questions, if perhaps you're not going to be on a future live stream and you really want to be able to have your question answered, there is a kind of comment section in the community tab where you can put any questions. I will actually link it in the chat here. So this is the community tab. The top post in the community tab is this kind of question thing where people can add their questions. So if you know that you're not going to be available, or that you can't sit through an entire live stream and you want to know if your question's been answered, feel free to put it in there, and any that I will see that I've already answered, I will try to heart them as best I can. So I'm going to go through this list throughout the live stream, as well as taking them chronologically if I can from the chat. So same guidelines and rules is not really what I'm after. The chat guide still stands of please don't spam questions. I will try to get through it as quickly as I can, though if you've been here for a while you will know that doesn't always happen. And yeah, be nice to the mods because they take so much time out of their lives to sit and listen to me talk. So please be nice to them. They are trying their best to keep the chat safe and sane. So with that being said, let's get started on some questions. Oh, hello, Sons of Asgard. I didn't get to catch your live stream and I'm really sad about it because I was at a pub quiz, so now I feel like I have to catch up on all of your new ones that you're going to be coming out with. Okay, so the first one that I do want to do real quick is one that I think a lot of you will be able to input in on if you have read books on this subject, so I really want to get some other people's opinions as well. So the first question was basically along the lines of what are some recommendations or any knowledge that you have on yarn and crochet magic? So essentially using yarn, using twine as a way of imbuing your life and other people's lives with magic. And I will try to find the exact question, but I have one book recommendation for yarn and kind of not magic that is specifically in a crafting sense, and that one is called, I wrote it down and I'm already getting lost, it's on the other page, that's why. It is called Cord Magic by Brandy Williams. Now this is one that I have not read personally, but it has been recommended to me a lot. And it's one of those books that keeps coming up time and time again. So I will get the kind of information up on this book if you are interested in it. So it is called Cord Magic, Tapping the Power of String, Yarn, Twists and Knots. And I thought this one could be useful for anyone who wants to imbue information, like magical information, into their kind of craft projects, into their knitting projects, their crochet projects. And so this is described as being blessed threads and magic twists. Cord magic is one of the easiest and most satisfying ways to make magic. This book shows you how to quickly and effectively twist your own magical cords with specific tips for choosing colours, setting your intention, charging the cords, and incorporating powerful knot spells. You will discover dozens of hands-on instructional worksheets and specific projects for a myriad of magical purposes, including protection, transitions, finding new love, improving your creative life, celebrating handfasting, and many more. So while this might not always be specifically for kind of crocheting or knotting in a kind of crafting sense, I do think that it can be really good for imbuing that into other forms of practice that you might then add into your crafting work. And so that is the one that I would personally go for if I was looking for a book on the subject, but this is where I would like all of the wonderful people in chat to be able to add their own additional recommendations, any websites that you like, any books that you like. If you are a not magic connoisseur and you really enjoy your sewing, your knitting, please put it in the chat, and I'm sure that people will be very grateful for it because so many people are interested in this subject, and I've yet to find many books on the subject that really draw me in, so feel free to put your recommendations in there. That is the one that I personally would get. I do have a book in my collection and I always try to find it and I can never succeed. I'm pretty certain it's just called Not Magic, and it's fine, it's a decent book on the subject, but it isn't necessarily one that I would 100% recommend everyone to get because it's definitely very variable. So that is the first one that I wanted to touch on today because it's one of the first questions that really drew my eye. So I'm going to see if I can get a question from the chat here. Where am I? Which chat am I going to scroll to the top of? I'll do the YouTube chat and I guarantee it will jump on me consistently throughout this entire video. So how to do divination. I'm not able to ground my energy properly, but I can still feel my energy is high. So divination is a massive topic and it's one that a lot of people want to learn more about, and it's very variable as to which techniques you want to use, because you can do divination with and without magical tools. It just really depends on what it is that you feel particularly drawn to. So divination can be done using methods such as scrying. So this would be the observation of an object. Usually it's actually the looking through an object. So you're using an object to distract your visual senses so that you can look inwards and look into your psychic and subconscious knowledge. So it's essentially a way of utilizing psychic abilities without having to use magical tools. You are simply using the tool or object as a distraction technique. So you can do this with fire, you can do this with water. A lot of people will just stare into a bonfire or into a candle flame. You'll often find yourself doing it inadvertently, like if you're sitting by a stream and you just find yourself zoning out on the stream. That's essentially a way of connecting with your subconscious and psychic abilities by allowing that stream to distract your mind. I'm realizing now that I'm talking about a live stream, but I mean like a stream, like running water stream. And you can also do this with pools of water. So people will get like a dark bowl or just a bowl of water, and they will then allow themselves to stare into that as a way of kind of distracting our conscious mind. You can also do this with scrying mirrors. These are often made of obsidian, or you can just get a black mirror, which is a painted, you can do it with picture frames actually. You can take a glass picture frame. If you take the glass out, paint the back of it black, and then put it back in the frame again, you have yourself essentially a black mirror that you can use for scrying. So those are just a few ways that you can do it in regards to scrying. But if you wanted to, you can do a myriad of different divination techniques depending on what you feel drawn to. So you can use tarot cards, oracle cards, runes, ogham sets. You can use a pendulum for divination. You can even use dowsing rods. You can drip wax into water. You can use bibliomancy, which is just essentially the way I've always done it, is that you find a book and you allow yourself to just filter through the pages, and you'll stop on one when you feel the need to stop, and then open it up, find a section just with your eyes closed that you feel really drawn to, and then you would read it, and it kind of resonates with your life, potentially things that you need to be working on. That's one really easy way of doing it. People often do it with the dictionary as well. Actually, I know a lot of people who do it with the dictionary because there's so many books for so many different ways of kind of viewing life. Whereas if you were to pick a book that's say about love magic or a fantasy novel, the wording is very much going to align with the novel. Whereas if you pick a dictionary, you are getting like every word. Well, the majority of words that people will use regularly are going to be in there. Maybe not the slang words, but you're going to find a lot in there that you can use for this specific purpose. So it's not so much one technique for doing divination. There's a lot of techniques that go into it. And that's what makes it so variable, is that if I am reading from tarot cards and someone else is reading via scrying, they are very different techniques, but you might find that you get a similar outcome to that reading. It's just you're going about it in two very different ways. So yeah, for reference, the question about not magic in its entirety was, "Hi Hearth, do you know anything about working magic with yarn and crochet? I've recently started crocheting and would love to know how I can use this in my spellcraft." So I know I'm ricocheting back to that previous question. I'll be honest, it's because the page hadn't loaded yet and I didn't want to miss too much on it. But when we're talking about not magic, there's so many different ways that you can go about doing it. You can trap energy inside the knots so that you are essentially imbuing that object with that energy. You can do this with your own energy. You can do this with external energy sources. A few techniques that I've read about really recently, some that I use myself, are on a particular night based on the moon phase that you want to be working with. As you are creating or even tying off, if you need to knot anything, it doesn't have to be just crochet, it doesn't have to be knitting, it could be anything. You would do your workings, you would draw on the energy of, say, the full moon, and then when you are about ready to kind of seal that energy in, you will hold the knot up unclosed to the full moon, and then you would snap it shut so that you are seeing the moon through the knot that you are creating. And then that is imbuing those cords with full moon energy that you can then work with at a later point if you wanted to, or will aid in manifesting the general goal of the item that you are creating. You can do this with your own energy too. If you want to imbue energy into something, say to release later, this is very much akin to the wind knots that were often sold on the coastlines of Britain, where people would sell sailors knotted cords that contained the trapped wind. Every time I say it, it makes me laugh. The trapped breeze inside, so that if a sailor ever needed assistance in getting home, they were able to essentially undo the knots, and so the wind will be able to carry them safely home again. And you can do this in so many different intentions, but you raise your energy up and you're essentially bringing it into your breath, so that as you breathe out, you are breathing out that energy. A little like if you were to be charging a puppet, for instance, or a spell bag, I tend to breathe life into it, breathe energy into it. You would do the same thing with that knot. You would breathe through the knot that is open, and then you will snap it shut. And that both seals that energy into that working if it's something you want to keep for an extended period of time, but it's also something that you can undo at a later date if that is something that you're looking at utilizing in the future, much like how you would unknot the wind so that you could get home safely. So that's just kind of two really simple ways of using knots in spells and rituals. But you have other ways. You have a very traditional 9-knot spell, which is often done. These are found almost everywhere, where each knot is essentially sealing in the intention of that particular working. And with each knot that you do, you are imbuing your energy into it and sealing it closed to really add your intention into it. You can knit or sew different patterns, which are symbols or representations of your goals. You can use specific colors that represent different intentions and outcomes. Honestly, there is so much that can go into it. I am not a particularly proficient craft person. I'm like a jack of all trades, master of none. Not very good at crochet. I tried it once. Knitting I was good at when I was a kid, but not anymore. But if you are really good at these kind of things, or even if you're just learning to do them, there is so much you can get out of them. I have recently finished reading a puppet magic book, and that one was really good. It's by Moira Hodgkinson. Watch me not get that name right. Moira I'm gonna check this. I don't think that's right. Is it? Wait. Moira Hodgkins. Yeah, it is. Wait. Yes, Moira Hodgkins. I don't know why I second guess myself so much. She's got a fantastic book on doll magic. Where did I put it? I think it might be in my other bookcase. And in there she has a section all about creating your own goddess dolls and puppets out of a knitting pattern, and I think the knitting pattern is actually included in the book. And I thought that was just a really great way of doing it, of creating both puppets and also divinity representations using knotting magic, knitting, and I just think that's so cool. And I'm sure there's plenty of patterns online, plenty of ways that you can learn how to do it depending on your style of work, but it's just so cool. I'm seeing this same book be recommended quite a few times, and of course Sons of Asgard recommended, therefore I'm gonna look into this. It's called Not Magic by, oh goodness, that is a name I'm not gonna be able to easily pronounce. Tyluan Penry. I definitely butchered that. I'm so sorry. I need to get better with names. I've never ever been very good at them. I'm writing this down here just so I can remember. There we go, found it. Ooh. So the information on this book says, have you ever wanted to cast spells using traditional methods such as not magic? Once the most feared type of magic across Northern Europe, not magic has suffered something of a decline in recent years. In this indispensable look, I would try to say their name again, but I'm going to butcher it. The author draws on their own wide experience to describe the history and methods of not magic. Then, step by step, she explains how to adapt this powerful tradition into your own magical practice. And you can get it as a Kindle edition and as a paperback. And if you are a Kindle Unlimited member, it is part of your membership. So that could be really cool to look into if that is something that you are looking at. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Valerie. I just clicked back on the screen. Thank you so much. That really means a lot to me. And thank you for being here for so long. I see your name all the time, and it's really nice to have so much loving support. And I hope you have an amazing coming spring, because we're getting there, aren't we? I don't know if anyone else is getting there. There's snowbells outside. Not snowbells. That's not the word I was after. Snowdrops. That's what I was after. There's actually snowdrops outside, and there's daffodils starting to come out of the ground, and I'm like, oh, spring. It was 13 degrees today. I went outside in just one coat. That is unheard of for me. So I'm really hoping that we're going to start getting into the spring season soon. Well, at least the spring energy. That's what I'm really hoping for. Okay, I did have a few questions on the pre-asked section all about divination. And so let's dive a little bit into it. Some of these questions are going to be things that I answer in other videos that are more dedicated to the subject, but I thought I'd touch on them really briefly. Divination seems to be a topic that a lot of people are interested in, that they really want to learn more about. So one question is, have you ever done a video on birds scrying and divination? I would love to know more about it. I haven't, but I would very, very much like to do this. So bird divination is a really, really ancient style of practice. We see this written about even in Roman and Greek texts, and I'm talking like very old, very, very old Roman texts. And it's also seen in so many other places around the world as well. And this form of divination is essentially based on the idea that birds bring about divine information, that they carry knowledge. And often that's based on how different traditions, cultures, religions perceived the presence of birds and whether they came from deities, spirits, and whatnot. But generally, birds are very, very interesting. And unless you really understand their movement patterns and where they go, especially for ancient peoples, birds had a tendency to disappear and then reappear at very, very set times of the year in a very symbolic way. And so birds are really significant when it comes to divination. And one thing that we see a lot is what's known as augury. So augury is divination using birds, and it's usually a set period of time that someone is observing birds for. And what they mean very much depends on the direction in which they are moving to and from, as well as how many of them that there are. So in England, a lot of people still have the superstition of saluting magpies. And good morning, Mr. Magpie is something that's still done a lot because birds hold a lot of superstition. And with magpies, you have the idea of one magpie means something different to two, which means something different to three, which means something different to four, which can be used as a form of divination. So it very much depends on the region that you're looking at. Different locations will have different meanings to different directions. So do make sure that you do some research on this and kind of see what you feel resonates best for you. But typically you would allot a certain amount of time to observing the birds in the area. So this might be 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And then you would come forth with a question that you would like answered. You might want to say this out loud. You might want to say this in your own head, whatever works best for you. And then you would be looking for the direction and the number that different birds would be flying in. And it's going to depend, as mentioned, on traditions, cultures, these kind of things. So if you were to see birds flying away from you, like over your head away, then that might mean that something is leaving your life, that something is disappearing, it's being reduced. If you are seeing birds coming towards you, it may well mean that something is heading closer and closer to you in your future. If something is flying one way, it sometimes means something different to something flying the other way. And then based on how detailed you want to be with this, you can get really, really complicated. So you can have different types of birds having different meanings because birds have a lot of symbolism to them, as well as the different number of birds being symbolic as well. And you can make essentially your own tradition from this if you find something that works. A lot of people will use numerology for the different numbers of birds that they see. Some people will look into the folklore, the deities, the spirits that are associated with different birds as a way of getting different meanings from them. And then the directions are going to vary as well. So for me, I typically view most divination, because I tend to group everything into one big category, into if something is in front of you, then it is something that is, if they're going away, then it's something leaving. If it's something coming towards you, then it's something that is literally flying towards you. If it is something that is in the physical, it might be flying in one direction, and if it's in the spiritual, it might be flying in a different direction. You can play around with it and see what works. And depending on where you live, you're going to find that a lot of people have superstitions. So here, people are saying like ravens. A lot of people do have a lot of superstitions with ravens and magpies. Honestly, any family of birds, if it fits in the corvid family, of all families, people have a lot of superstitions. A lot. They have a lot of fear around crows and birds and crows and even blackbirds. I know they're not in the family, but any bird that is black in colour, people often have a lot of superstitions with. Same with vultures. People often have a lot of superstitions with that, so it's definitely worth looking into the specifics. And I may well do a video on my technique for augury in the future, if I can find a way to condense what's in my brain onto a sheet of paper. If that's something people are interested in, then that is something that I can always do in the future. So I did have, if I can find them, a few other questions on divination that I just want to cover kind of really briefly now while we're on the subject. So I've got one on psychic abilities that I may well come back to. I know I did have one on, here we go. What are your thoughts on used versus new oracle and tarot cards? And this is one that I would love all of your opinions on as well, because I think your stance on it is going to be quite different to mine. So when it comes to new and used cards, it very much depends on where that card deck is coming from. That's a really big importance to me. If it's online, I tend to be more wary of secondhand decks than if it's in person. Some of my favourite decks that I've ever worked with are secondhand. And so for me, as long as I vibe with the energy, I don't mind getting a secondhand deck. Some readers are very, very opposed to secondhand decks. They straight up refuse to use them. For me, I think it very much depends on the energy that is coming from that object. So if you are, for instance, in a charity shop, or you're in a secondhand shop, or even a vintage shop, sometimes you do find tarot and oracle cards in those as well. If you are permitted to feel that deck of cards, to be around them without having like a case between them and you, and even with a case, you can often tell whether it's right or not, but it's even easier if you can hold them. You'll usually know fairly quickly whether that's a secondhand deck of cards that you want to work with or not. Because you'll usually, for me, I get a very, very visceral, I need to put this down right now kind of feeling. And it's an unmistakable feeling. But then I have some decks that I absolutely love working with, and they're secondhand and they've got amazing energy to the point where I don't want to remove any of that energy from the deck of cards, and I will work with them as they are. If you end up with a deck of secondhand cards and it has energy attached to it, it's worth trying to figure out whether it is energy that you want to work with or whether it isn't. Sometimes a deck is perfectly fine and you can just cleanse away the energy and you can use it as a new deck. I have decks that are spirit attachment decks. And so in that instance, I don't want to cleanse those cards because that is essentially home to a spirit. And so that is the spirit's vessel. I don't want to mess with the spirit. I'm just knocking paperwork all onto the floor. I don't want to mess with that spirit. And so for me, if those cards resonate with me and I like the feel of them, I will not touch them. I will not do anything to them to cleanse away that energy because I like that energy. So it really is about deciding if you want secondhand because it is cheaper. Are you willing to cleanse away that energy and feel comfortable doing that? Or if you're getting secondhand a deck because of a spirit attachment, you have to be prepared to deal with that spirit. So there's kind of two ways of looking at it. Some people will straight up dismiss secondhand cards entirely because they don't want to deal with the potential hazards of it. And don't get me wrong, I've had decks in the past. You have seen some of my decks that I do not vibe with at all. Either spirit or strong energy attached decks that will literally give me nosebleeds. It's that bad. And with those decks, if I'd have known, that was one I bought online, if I'd have known that it was going to be like that, I would have kind of left it be. And that's really why it's important with secondhand decks to check first. I bought that deck of cards shockingly new, and that's a whole new topic. And I bought it online and I didn't realise about the attachment to it until I got it home. And at that point, it was kind of too late. So if you're going to buy secondhand, try to go in person, see what you can find and just check in advance. Even new cards, though, don't necessarily have their... purity is not the word I'm after, but they are not necessarily untainted with energy. They are not necessarily... a blank slate, and it depends on where you're getting your cards from. So I stock cards on my website, we sell them at events and shows, and I always try to make sure where possible that those cards are clear of any unwanted, undesirable energy. So they all have energy, but it is not energy that is particularly undesirable. It is kind of a baseline energy reading that you can then add on to. That isn't always the case everywhere, though. I have bought decks online that have absolutely awful energy attached to them, and it really depends on where they're staying, the building that they're in, the kind of spirits that are in that building, as well as the practitioner who is selling those cards. If it is a practitioner, the people who've handled them beforehand, that's another big one as well. And so if you're buying cards in a shop, for instance, you're still not guaranteed to get energy-free cards, because other people may well have touched the box, they may well have touched the cards, and so that's something to take into consideration too. So no way of buying cards is necessarily guaranteed to be perfect. It's just about kind of figuring out what you're comfortable working with and what you're not. So how can you tell if there's a spirit on your cards? So for me, it was really, really obvious. The first deck of cards I got, they're the Fae ones, it was an instantaneous, the package was opened, and it's a sticky, not very nice, like, kind of energy that immediately came off them. And what basically cemented it for me that they weren't quite right is that other people were present, and other people who could sense energy as well, and collectively we all just agreed that this is not a particularly nice deck. Now, those ones are intense in a different way because they do cause very physical, visceral reactions, and it took me too long to realize that it was actually the deck that was doing it. So I would get nosebleeds every single time I would use that deck. At first I thought it was a fluke. Second time I thought just a coincidence. Third time I thought, wow, I have really bad luck. And then by the time you get to like the fourth or fifth time, I'm thinking, actually, this is something that is connected to the cards. And even now, even in the video I did where I ranked my card decks, I held them, and even while I was holding them, I could feel this like burning pressure across my nose, which is usually what I would get a few minutes, 5 or so minutes before it would go wrong. And so even now I still get that feeling, and other people have as well. So it doesn't necessarily need to be that extreme, and it doesn't necessarily mean spirit. Sometimes it can just mean intense energy. But if you are getting really strange physical feelings when you are working with a set deck of cards and you're getting it time and time and time again, that might be something to look into, because it's not meant to be that intense. Yes, you might have really strong energy that's positive on a deck of cards, but if you're finding that your hands start really hurting, and they never hurt in any other circumstance, or your eyes start watering, or you start crying, or you get like nosebleeds, really severe headaches, of course, make sure that it's not caused by something else. Keep yourself physically well. But for me, as soon as I would stop using the cards, the nosebleeds would stop. So I kind of connected the two. The other card deck that I've got that has a spirit attached to it came through to me as every other spirit does. And I think it's very individual per person. So I will get information about them through, and I think it's Claire Knowing. I forget which one it is. Claire, I think it's just Claire Sentience. I don't know. I lose track of all the Claires. But for me, it's that clear knowing of, I will be told information. Information will come through to me. I will get like a mental image of that spirit. I will be able to read their energy. That's how it's always worked for me. And so I knew in advance. Claircognizance, that's it. Thank you so much. I completely forgot. I need to have it written down somewhere so that I always remember it. I would just know immediately. I picked up the deck and I just knew that there was a spirit attached onto it. And so then I could then go ahead and continue to work with them throughout my practice. For other people, it might come through differently. So it might be that when that deck is in your home, all of a sudden you're starting to get phantom smells, perhaps a smell of a perfume or a cologne that you've never smelt before, or maybe even cigarette smoke, or the smell of alcohol is quite common as well for someone who maybe did that a lot in their life and you don't have anyone in your family or household that does that. That might be something that comes through really regularly, and that smell might be stronger if you are in the presence of those cards. It is important to remember though that cards and paper does contain smells, and so just make sure, check that those cards and the paper themselves don't actually smell, so like actually like give them a good sniff and look like a crazy person for a while. So that's one way that it might come through. Another way might be that you start having unusual dreams that are repeating in nature. So a specific figure might appear in your dreams every single night, and even though the context that that figure arrives in might be different, the figure will always be the same, and you'll probably find that they are getting closer and closer and closer to you, and that might be that spirit kind of figuring you out, getting closer, and it might not be comfortable and it might not be desirable, so just bear that in mind. This might especially be the case if you are sleeping with those cards under your pillow or in a bedside drawer. I know a lot of people do that to connect with cards, but that might be something that you experience if that deck is spirit attached. Another way it might happen is that you bring that deck into a space and all of a sudden the activity in that space increases. So whether that is people around it starting to feel strong emotions only in the room where that deck is present. It might be that you are hearing knocking, whispering, footsteps moving. These things might increase in the room that that deck is in, and you can test this out fairly easily by moving that deck to a different room and seeing if that activity changes rooms, because you'll often find that they are using that deck as a spirit vessel, as a spirit house, and so they're going to continuously come back to that deck. So if that deck gets moved to a different location, you may well find that that activity moves to that separate location as well. And in which case you're going to decide whether that's something that you want to work with. I would hope that if you're going in person and you're finding a deck and you have your suspicions about whether it's spirit attached or haunted, it's worth considering whether that's something you want to be working with. If you don't want to be dealing with that, I would leave them be and let someone else process them in whichever way works best for them. If you are interested in working with a spirited deck, it's worth trying to get to know that spirit. The deck that I have in question is the Magic Manga deck, and I know just from the first moment I saw that deck that the particular spirit attached to that loves one particular character in the book, and it's the Joker in the book. He absolutely loves it, and that is the way he presents in all forms, and I just know from working with that deck that there isn't anything malicious there. That spirit simply enjoys being present in that deck. They enjoy having it as a space, and they're actually willing to work with me in readings to great success, which is amazing. But with my other deck, I know to avoid it, leave it as it is, don't touch it, or everything is going to go a little bit wrong. So it's figuring out whether that's something that you feel comfortable with, having that temperamentality to a deck, and in which case it's then deciding, do you want to move that spirit to a different home so that you can then use that deck? I wouldn't necessarily recommend just banishing that spirit from a deck, because then that spirit is going to be residing in your space. It's probably going to attach onto something else anyway, so make sure you have something that they can attach onto, that they feel comfortable with, and then you can always move them from one to the other, so then you can use that deck freely. But not every spirit is going to want to go easily, so just bear that in mind. So it's a topic that I find really, really fascinating, and I thoroughly enjoy working with spirited decks, but I'm going to be really honest and say that not all spirit residing decks are going to be nice and friendly and want to work with you, and some of them literally just want to be left alone, and that's something that you're just going to have to accept as well, especially if you're buying a secondhand deck. That is always going to be a potential risk. So let's have a look and see if I have any kind of similar themed questions in here. Let's have a look, see. Ah, there we go. So this is not really a question, but my decks are homes for a servitor, so a pre-owned deck has to fit in, the pun intended. Yeah, so people do use them for this purpose, and you can even create your own spirit-based decks. So this isn't something that I would recommend using as a tool for trapping spirits. You know my feelings on doing that, but sometimes it is necessary, just not very often. But if you want a spirit-owned deck, like if you want a deck that has that kind of assisting spirit in it, you can create one. You can create a servitor and you can link it and have the vessel be the deck of cards. And then you have created a spirit that is able to gain additional information and knowledge for you, that is able to pass it on for you via the deck. And in some cases, you may well have it that you simply have to, I hate the word because I can never ever say it. Suffumigate? I don't know. You smoke the deck essentially, not for cleansing purposes, but for charging purposes to fuel that servitor. Or you can shuffle the deck and work with that deck, and the energy of working with the deck essentially fuels a servitor to keep it around. And then you have your own spirited deck, but it's a spirit that you have created, so there's a little bit more control there. And if you do need to, you can essentially dismantle that servitor so that you can have your deck back without a spirit attached to it, which you can't always do with a spirited deck because that spirit simply might not want to leave. So many options there. But yeah, servitors, if you want to try and utilize a spirited deck but you're not sure how you feel about it, servitors are a fantastic option. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Chris. That really means a lot to me. At the moment, I don't offer personal readings, mostly because I don't really have the time to be sitting down with people to do it. It's definitely something that I would like to do again in the future. Occasionally though, I will do readings on Sabbath videos and on Patreon. So if that's something you are interested, you can always keep an eye out for those videos. I might actually, for anyone who's interested, start doing more frequent readings, maybe monthly readings on either on here, maybe in the shorts, or perhaps even on Instagram or Patreon if that's something people would like. Quite happy to do that if that's what people are interested in. But currently, one-on-one readings are not something I'm going to be doing, but maybe in the future, perhaps one day. So let's see if there's any others in the pre-asked section, just to make sure that I've got everything that I can. Oh, this is one just that I'm just going to say now, and that is, I want your opinion on a good Fae Oracle deck. Now, most people know that I have very strong opinions on Fae Oracle decks because I have had such strong negative interactions with Fae Oracle decks. So I have a few that I will not touch with a barge pole. I'm not going to name any names per se, but I will give you some recommendations. So my favourite Fae Oracle deck is perhaps more of a one card kind of reading deck, and that is the Forest Fae deck. I have shown it in many a video on my channel. I was meant to go and grab it, but I forgot, and it's in there, so like that's kind of tricky. But it's a little small oracle deck, and it has the most amazing energy, and the Fae imagery is really good. I love connecting with that imagery. It really resonates with me and my experiences with the Fae, and so I would say if you're looking for a really affordable small deck, that one could be a really good option. The other, specifically an artist that I would look for, is anything by Brian Froud. I'm going to see which decks he's actually done, because I think he might have done quite a few. Let's have a look. So he's done The Fairies Oracle by Brian Froud, I think is the one that I am looking at specifically. Now, Brian Froud is probably most well known as being the creator of the Fae in the Dark Crystal, as well as the Labyrinth, I believe, the one with, what is her name? Is it Demi Moore? Oh, no. The Labyrinth movie. Very talented in drawing fair folk, and if you want to see him work, I would Jennifer Connelly, that's the one. I always get her confused with Demi Moore. I don't know why. Maybe they looked quite similar at that point in time, I don't know, but yeah, Jennifer Connelly and David Bowie, that's the one. If you want to watch him work, it's actually in one of, I think it was Channel 4 did a series with Jonathan Ross, and I think it was called Jonathan Ross's Myths and Legends. And there's one episode where he goes and talks to Brian Froud, and you can see him working and creating these fairies, and he starts with the eyes. And then it's like the fairy almost comes out of the paper. It's like he's not really thinking about it. It's almost like he's channeling through the spirit. And it's really, really interesting. And I don't know if that's something he actually does, but just seeing him work, it's very, very much like that. And his work is so accurate to my personal accounts and experiences with the fair folk that I think a deck that is so similar to my own experiences would be a great place for me to start. Whether other people are going to vibe with the artwork is very much going to depend, but I've always had really great connection to his work. What I will say is if you are, it depends on why you want to work with the fair folk in kind of like an oracle or a tarot deck. And that is, I would personally avoid any deck on fairies that are like cute Tinkerbell fairies. They're all like women in tiny dresses and little cute wings, and they're all really pretty. And it's like, personally, I would avoid those kind of decks if you want to at any point kind of connect with and work with the fair folk, because it's a very unrealistic image of the fair folk, and in some cases can be seen as a very insulting representation of the fair folk, who are not always little and cute and dainty and small. They are not necessarily human-like. A lot of them are going to look incredibly different than you might be expecting. So if you are wanting to work with the fair folk separately, I would personally steer clear of essentially any fairy deck where they all look a little bit like Tinkerbell. I would kind of, if anything, go for the ones where you're thinking, wow, this is kind of creepy. This is kind of scary and creepy. And don't get me wrong, some of Brian Froud's work, you look at it and you go, oh, I would not want to encounter that on a dark night. And if anything, that to me is a good sign. That is a sign that this work is something that I would want to connect with. And some of them are absolutely amazing. So that is that question. I just wanted to answer that in this stream, and hopefully I'll have more kind of divination questions throughout the rest of the stream, but I will deviate from this topic just briefly so that I can check out the rest of the questions in the live stream so that I don't lose too many of them. So let's have a look. Am I the only practitioner who's low-key terrified of spirits in their home, although they may not exactly be malicious or directly cause harm? You are definitely not the only practitioner in that. So many people experience this. And I mean, I get it all the time. I get questions about this almost constantly. Do I have to work with spirits? How do I protect myself? How do I ensure that the spirits in my space are fine? How can I be a practitioner if I'm scared of working with spirits? And ultimately, you might not even live in a space where spirits are present. That's something that it might be an unnecessary concern where you are. So it's worth checking for a few signs to see if there's anything there in the first place, because otherwise you're worrying yourself for not no reason, but you're overstressing yourself over something that might not even be a problem. So you can look for some signs of spirit activity if you haven't already noticed any. But be warned, the more you observe, the more you're likely to experience, so just bear that in mind. So you might be finding, as mentioned earlier, phantom smells, knocking, moving, whispering, footsteps. These are all really commonplace, especially if you can't find any additional cause to them. But, however, as someone mentioned earlier, I didn't get to read the entire comment, but I saw a bit of it. If you are experiencing phantom smells, and as well as like light anomalies, it's worth checking with your doctor to make sure that you are not experiencing symptoms of something else. Always put the mundane before the magical to make sure that you're keeping yourself mentally and physically safe. But if you know that everything's fine and you are seeing like shadow people, if you are seeing, I've even had small shadows, maybe like this big, like running around, and you can like make out their form. You might have full body apparitions, partial apparitions. These things are all things to consider depending on how you want to move forward. So if you don't have any of this activity in your space, but you are interested in continuing your practice, you don't want to stop, then I would recommend personal protections and home protections. I have a few on my channel. Some of these are temporary, some of them are a little bit more long term that could be really good, and I am working on some more protection based content, so that will maybe be coming out in the future. I need to, honestly, I'm so far behind. I've got scripts that I scripted like 2 years ago that I still need to film. I'm that far behind, so I'll add it to the list. So protections are really good because if you don't have any activity in that space that you can recognize, you can put protections up which are going to limit any future activity. If you do have any activity in that space already, it's important to consider whether it's something that you were ever concerned about beforehand. If you never had any unnerving feelings, so if you didn't feel uncomfortable, if you didn't feel negatively watched, because a lot of the time you may feel observed, but it's not necessarily an oppressive feeling. But if you are experiencing that kind of oppressive observation, then that's something to consider as well. So if you have activity, depending on how that activity is making you feel, you can then decide what you want to do next. So generally speaking, you might want to protect your bedroom, somewhere that allows you to sleep peacefully without having to worry about it. You might want to carry personal protections. These might be sigils, crystals, charms that you've created so that you can ensure that you are staying safe, even if that spirit is still within your home. Now, if they are starting to cause concern, then you can start telling them that you would like them to leave. You can do some cleansings, and then at worst, you'll have to do a banishing to really push them away from that space, and then you can put up protections to ensure they can't come back in again. It's not unusual to feel concerned about spirit activity. A lot of beginners, especially if you aren't used to spirit activity, are going to feel, at the very least, kind of uncomfortable about it. It's not something that you're used to. And so if you want protections, even if the spirits in your space are quite friendly even, or just not even really interacting with you, it just adds a little bit of extra comfort to that situation. Because what you don't want, and it's what we see a lot in quite negative spirit encounters, you'll hear all these stories of like the worst case spirit encounters. And what often happens is one person panics, everyone suddenly panics, and then all of a sudden that energy is now panicky, and that panicky energy is really, really easy to feed on. And that's not designed to scare you even further. It's more to say that the higher your energy is, especially if it is fear, especially if it is anger, sadness, frustration, this can often ramp up out of control more easily than happiness, joy, elation, all of these things. So just try to keep yourself calm, and if you need to add personal protections to be able to do that, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with doing that. You don't have to be a practitioner who works with spirits if you don't want to. That is something that can definitely be avoided, and you can do it later if you do feel comfortable with that at a later point. So some questions here about kind of the way activity might manifest. So one is, do you ever feel phantom water drops? I do. This is something that I have felt over the last maybe year. I felt it a lot more, and I still have no idea why. I will just be standing somewhere with my hands in my pockets, and then I will feel something wet hit my hand, except my hand is in my pocket. That doesn't make any sense. And I found it to usually occur around kind of heightened energy times, usually around full moons. I find it quite a lot. And whether it's simply that I'm experiencing perhaps something that has been repeated in that place time and time and time again, I don't know, because that is something that we can have. We can often experience repeated behavior. So that might be at a certain time of day, you'll feel the breeze on your face, even though every window and door in your house is locked. And especially if you live in an old house, this might be more common, where if someone has come home from work at a set time every single day for their entire life, that almost becomes embedded in the energy of the home. And so even when that person has passed on and they're gone, you might still be experiencing their daily routine daily, twice a day. If you're standing by a particular location, like in a front room or by the kitchen, you might experience this phantom breeze and there will be nothing causing it. Or if a house has been left in ruin for a long time and it's had a dripping leak, you might find that you still hear, you might still smell, and you might still feel essentially a phantom leak happening, because if it's been present in that home for potentially hundreds of years, if it's been abandoned, that is going to energetically potentially continue on long afterwards. This also applies with smells and especially cigarette smoke. Now, cigarette smoke, it's important to bear in mind, does stick to everything. And if anyone's lived in a house where there's been a smoker, I know that this house had a smoker at some point, or at least the doors came from a house with a smoker. You can paint over it as much as you want. It doesn't make a difference. It's going to keep coming to the surface. But in some cases, it won't necessarily be cigarette smoke. It might be like a particular smell of alcohol or a particular perfume smell, and you'll smell it at the same time every single day or every single week. And I have that in this room in particular. I don't have any perfume in this room at all. No, I mean, I have an odd tea light like what's lit now, but I don't really have anything scented. And every month I will get the same women's perfume waft through from the front door through the rest of the house. And it is the weirdest thing, because there is absolutely no reason for that smell to be there, and yet it keeps wafting through every so often. So these kind of repetitions are something to take note of. It's something to consider. And if you're finding that it's very, very repetitive, it might not be an active spirit. It might literally just be kind of an echo or a repetition. The time when something is more likely to be an active spirit is if you are finding a particular smell or knocking or tapping, things moving, and it's not happening at the same time in a rhythm. Instead, it seems to be really sporadic and random. So I'll get tapping occasionally in my kitchen, and yet it's not related to any repetitive thing. It will just come. If I acknowledge it, it'll get worse. If I ignore it, it goes away. And that's just kind of a spirit knocking around, banging a few things, and then it kind of leaves again. So it very much shows whether something is an echo or a spirit based on how often it might occur. So something similar here is, how about white wisp cloud type things at the corner of your eye, just drifting by and leaving? I have experienced something similar, not quite the same though, but I'm going to assume it's going to essentially be a very similar thing, in that occasionally, depending on where I am, especially in older buildings, I will look up and there will be kind of like a grey mist that's just kind of there. And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, well, that's kind of odd. I don't really know where that could come from. And then all of a sudden it will dissipate entirely and the room is entirely clear again. And this is something that is seen by a lot of people. These kind of phantom mists is probably the best word, but I suppose if it's white, a cloud might make more sense in this instance. And it's often kind of a physical manifestation of either strong energy or a spirit in that space, and then you'll find it leaves again. And sometimes it depends on where you are and kind of the history of that place. It might be worth looking into some of the folklore and traditions of the land, as well as any history of the building, to see if you can kind of tie that in with something or somebody that might be significant in that area. So there was one, here we go, about ringing in the ears. Do you know anything about ringing in the ears as a spiritual meaning? I heard that it means a spirit is trying to communicate. I'm not sure. So with this one, more than a lot of the others, this one and the smell one, is a ringing in the ears can mean a lot of things, and a lot of them are medical based rather than magical based. So a lot of people will experience, I've always known them as flashbangs. That's what I've always heard them be called, where all of a sudden your ear will just suddenly start ringing and then it'll go away again. They're usually caused by completely natural things. A lot of the spiritual community will say, oh, if your hand starts itching, then it means this, or if you get ringing in your ears, then it means that. More often than not, ringing in the ears is either tinnitus, and you're noticing a spike of it because of a pre-existing loud noise, or these kind of flashbang type experiences that people get. I get them all of the time, but that's because I know that I have tinnitus, and it kind of is one feeds off the other. But if you are suddenly experiencing an influx of ringing, whether that be temporary or more long-term, please, 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 please go and get it checked out. Your hearing is so important. And if in any doubt, always go and get it checked out first. If they then tell you that there's nothing that they can tell that's wrong with your ears, they can't see anything, they aren't noticing anything strange, they think it's normal, then consider them magical. But until that point, I would recommend getting it checked out just to make sure that your hearing is completely fine. So yeah, that is kind of an entire, yes, like ringing in one ear was the first sign of a brain tumor for me. This is what I mean, like really, really, I hope you're okay, by the way. But it's really important that we do get this checked out to make sure that it is nothing untoward going on and that we are staying kind of physically fine. So I will go back up to the top now to get some more questions. It is kind of a little bit of a mix match today. I do apologize for this, but I'm trying to kind of group questions together, and I will still try to answer as many as I can, but I like the idea of having it maybe flow a little bit more than some of my usual streams. Maybe, perhaps, I don't know. So, hi Hearth, if we consider deities to be much larger scale thought forms, would you also consider it possible that we can collectively create places for our afterlife as well? Any thoughts? This is actually such a cool question, and it comes back to one kind of outlook on the idea of God forms, like the creation of gods. And that is, are gods precursor to humans? Like, are they there and then we come along, figure it out that they're there and then start working with them? Or are we as humans creating gods essentially as ginormous thought forms? And they're often known as God forms. Essentially, it's the idea that if hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people all believe in the same spirit, deity, God, that we are essentially creating them and we are forming them into existence. And this is where the idea of kind of pop culture deities comes from as well. That if enough people are starting to work with them, then they almost become their own living thing. Now, these are also called egregores, they're called thought forms, so many different kind of terms all around the world for this, because so many people have considered kind of a similar idea. And so if we are, in theory, to be able to create thought forms and God forms large enough to become deities that millions of people will work with, we are able to create internal worlds where we can work with deities and spirits. We are able to use our imaginations to do amazing things. The question is, are we also able, in theory, to, if enough people believe in a location after death, energetically create something that wasn't there before? And it's entirely a conceptual thing. Like, it really cannot ever be proven, but it is such a cool concept. And it would, I know I'm starting to sound all like, woo, bonkers, like, I know, but like, I just love thinking about these subjects because it would essentially mean that every single belief system is right. Like, I personally don't like the idea that only one person is right and everyone else is wrong and my religion is the only correct religion. Like, I'm not in that camp. You believe whatever you want to believe. I don't mind. Like, you do you. It doesn't affect me. And so the idea to me that every single religious belief could in fact be correct, because each individual person that follows that belief is essentially adding to the reality of that thing existing simply by the energy that they are putting into their belief system. I think that is an amazing concept. And it means that essentially no one is wrong, everyone is just right in their own unique way, and you're going to end up getting, or essentially heading towards the thing that you've spent your life creating. I think that sounds really cool. Completely in the realms of concept and nothing more here, but it's just really, really cool. Like, I love that, and I call this Discworld principle. I've never, ever read that series. I need to. I have to, because now I want to know more. So yeah, such a cool concept. And I did have a few other questions just while I'm thinking about it on deities and kind of in this realm from the pre-asked questions list. And one, I know that one in particular was Why am I guessing? I literally wrote all of these down. One of them was how many deities is too many to actively work with? And this is another one that I want to kind of reach out to all of you. How many deities do you think is too many to be working with? Now, I personally think it's going to depend on whether you are actively working with or passively working with. So if we're looking back through civilization, there have been many peoples who have worked with an entire pantheon of deities. They've believed in dozens upon dozens of different deities. They are real to them. Those people might not be actively forming relationships with every single deity, but all of those deities are part of their belief system. We see this a lot in Rome and in Greece. You would have so many. I mean, if you start diving into it, you have like categories of deities with subcategories of deities and subcategories of deities. It's a lot. It's a lot. And this also applies in many other areas of the world as well. They have a lot of deities, and they are all a core part of the belief of those people during that time, and many today if you still work with the Hellenic pantheon and these kind of pantheons. But individuals might be a devotee of Diana. They might be a devotee of Hecate, of Bridget. You would have priestesses of Bridget. And so it's whether, can you actively work with an entire pantheon, or do you have the belief system in the entire pantheon and then you have specific deities that you are called to work with and that you might connect more deeply with? So for me, I have 3 deities. I have Bridget, Ceridwen, and Keranos. And for me, that's enough. I don't think I could do any more than that, because that is a lot of upkeep to try to maintain relationships. To me, it's a little bit like maintaining friendships. You have to be able to have the time to dedicate to each individual person. Otherwise, people are going to start feeling left out. That relationship is going to start to dwindle. It's not going to work so well. So I think it is really important that we don't overface ourselves. But every individual is going to be different. Some people are only going to have 1 deity. Some people might have 8 deities, 10 deities. Like, it's very individual. So I'd love to know in the chat how many deities you think is too many and how many you think is manageable. Real quick, I forgot to post that I'm doing the stream on Instagram. I have it open. Oh, don't want to get copyright claimed. I have it open and I just completely forgot to post it. So let's post that now, because I was meant to do that an hour and 7 minutes ago. So, oops. Actually, I should probably check whether the link even works. Nothing quite like posting a link and then it being a completely dead link. It does work. Okay, that's fine. I should have done that an hour ago and I completely forgot. So, in regard to kind of that question, I did get in another question that was rather similar, and I need to find it. Why am I looking for it? It's on this sheet. I keep doing that. And it was something about whether, here we go, do you think that you should have a deeper reason for working with a deity or spirit, or is curiosity about their existence enough? Now, I do have, here we go. So the full question is, do you think people should have a deeper reason for pursuing a relationship with a deity, spirit, or other entity, or is curiosity about their existence sufficient? I realise the answer varies person to person and situation to situation, but I'd appreciate your perspective on it. I hear so many people say you have to have a good reason for working with an entity, deity specifically, but we'll each have a different idea of what constitutes that. This one is, it is very variable. It's always going to be very variable, but for me, I would recommend people come at working relationships with deities, spirits, and entities. And I say working because it's different than honouring. Worshipping a deity is different than working with. So if you're planning on working alongside a deity or a spirit or another entity, you need to be coming at it from a place of respect. And for me, I view my spirits, my deities, as being an extension of my friends and my family. They are spirit entities that I care about a great deal, and so I want to respect them. And it's a little, I don't know if you will remember this happening in high school when you were at school. It happened when I was in school. You always had those popular kids who would attempt to make friends with or form relationships with kids that they thought were weird, strange, oddities. They wanted to figure them out. They were curious about them, but they didn't actually care about them. They were doing it to simply fuel curiosity. And it was so cruel. It was incredibly cruel. It was the I'm going to make friends with this kid because I want to know how their wheelchair works. Or I'm going to make friends with this girl and I'm going to ask her on a date because I think it'll be funny to see if she'll actually think that I like her. You know, it's that kind of a thing that it viscerally, like, it cringes me inside because I hate people who treat other people as like oddities. They are people. And to me, the same kind of applies to spirits. And that's not saying that the original poster of this question or anyone else is going to come at spirit work like this. But for me, curiosity isn't enough. Mostly because it gives me that feeling of, I'm only wanting to work with you to see if you exist, and I only want to work with you to see how you work. And like almost picking apart that relationship, to me, feels very disingenuous. And so that isn't, I'm going to keep saying for me because it is entirely my opinion on this. I don't think that that's enough for me to start making a relationship. There has to be something more there that will make a long-standing or deeply connected working relationship. Now, definitely, if you are curious about deities, if you are interested in learning more about them, do some research, talk to people who've had experiences with them, look at mythology, folklore, all of this stuff. But what I will warn against, especially when it comes to spirits, because they tend to be a little bit higher strung than deities often are, is don't attempt to form a relationship simply to pick them apart, observe them, monitor them, see how they work and see how they function, because that might not always come across as being authentic and genuine, and they might take offense at that, especially if you are wanting to work with the Fae, for instance. I would never ever approach a Fae under the guise of I want to figure out how you work, because they are massively going to take offense at that. So it's very much just about how you go about it. You can be really, really curious about deities and spirits and still have a really good working relationship with them, as long as you have that respect as well. And it is that respect that's the important bit. You are forming a working relationship, but much like how you would want your friends to know that you genuinely care about them, or you would want your romantic partner to know that you genuinely care about them, the same will probably be required when it comes to working with spirits, because it is a very, very close working relationship, and you don't want there to be any discomfort there. So I think there's lots of amazing reasons why you might want to be working with them. Just don't make them a spectacle. Don't make them an oddity or something unusual. It's a relationship. And that doesn't have to be I don't mean like a romantic relationship necessarily, although some people do, but you need to be building a friendship. It isn't you attempting to learn about them and not offering anything in return. So I don't want that to come across as this is what the original person is saying that they're going to do, because it isn't. But a good reason is going to be something very different to other people. So a good reason might be that you really want to form a relationship with that deity or spirit. A good reason might be that you really want to have a working relationship with a spirit. A good reason might be that you want to look into the history of your ancestry and connect with the deities that they may well have connected with when they were alive. It might be that a particular deity or spirit is able to aid you in something that you would like, and you are willing to offer them something in return. And it may well be that that deity or spirit is someone that you want to learn more about, and that's fine, as long as you are willing to give something to that relationship instead of just getting information out of it. It's very much about that balance. I hope that makes sense. Mostly just don't make them an experiment. I think that's the wording that I'm after, because that's what all those kids in high school used to do. They were making that child an experiment when they are a living person with feelings and emotions, and they deserve respect. And the same applies with spirits and deities. They might be existing in a different form than we may be experiencing, but they are not an experiment. They exist separately from you, and it's important to treat them with kindness and build something from that. Even if that is simply to learn more, it is about having that foundation of kindness. So I think that was one of the only spirit-related questions I had in the pre-asked. Oh, sorry, I've got one more, I think, that is kind of deity specific. And that is, how do deities serve in witchcraft? Example, if one was to worship Aphrodite as a deity, for example, would you only be able to get help from her with love and beauty spells, seeing as this is what she is known for? So this is going to depend on how you want to build that relationship. And that relationship can be temporary, it can be very extensive, and it's also going to depend on kind of how that deity presents in their specific pantheon, in their, I was going to say literature, but it's not really the word I was after, more like folklore, legend, that's the word I was after. So, for instance, I work with Bridget, she is my matron deity. And I started working with Bridget because she reached out to me, and it was a really great instantaneous kind of connection, and it worked really, really well. Now, Bridget is a complicated deity with varying people discussing how she might actually present. Is she a triple deity? Is she three sisters with the same name that work with different aspects? But either way, she covers many different phases of life and aspects of life. And because she came through to me as a matron deity, she is essentially an overarching aspect of my life. And so I can ask for her aid in many different aspects of my life, and what she works well in will be fitted into what I am requiring. So this may be strength, this might be comfort, this might be healing, this might be fiery drive, this might be protection, this might be work in the home and hearth, because Bridget is one of the hearth deities. And so she's a very good overarching deity. My work with Ceridwen, however, is very different. Ceridwen is a representation of change, of transformation. Her cauldron holds knowledge and wisdom, and her story is very much about shape-shifting, change, development. What the hell was that? Did you hear that? What was that? Okay, I've got no idea what that was. We're going to worry about that later. That was really, really loud. That's why it startled me. What on earth was that? Anyway, it came from my Bridget altar, so maybe there's a response from over there, because that was way over that side of the room. Anyway, so when I'm working with Ceridwen, her work with me is very much more about shifting, change, development, growth, transformation. And while that can be fitted into any aspect of life, for me, when I work with Ceridwen, it is a very strong, transformative energy. Now, in the past, I've worked with deities specifically because I wanted to work with their particular energy, and I've chosen them specifically for that. And so if you are, how do I best describe it? If you want to work specifically with, for instance, Aphrodite for everything that she represents, as long as you come into that working relationship under the basis that it's a short-term, strong, intense relationship, you are going to offer this in return. If she may aid you with, insert what she will aid you with here. And so that's one way of doing it, where it is short-term, intense relationships for a specific purpose, or you'll often find that aspects of deity will fit into many, many areas of your life and will be adaptive. So, for instance, protection doesn't just mean protection from harm. It could be protection from change. It could be protection of money. It could be security in a relationship. It could be safety on traveling. It could be physical protection for your home. It might be protection through childbirth. All of these things are encompassed under protection. And so you'll often find that deities, even if they specifically have something that they will work with and that they represent, what they represent will be able to translate into many aspects of your life. I'm still thrown off by that because although I do get bumps, bangs and knocks all the time, never anything in this room. Which is strange. Let's go with strange. That's unusual for today. So yeah. I am going to go back up to the top again so that I can answer some more questions that came in as the stream started. And let's see if I can get through some of them before we go back to the pre-asked questions. I love your videos. How do I set a good, strong intention and how do I visualize better? So when it comes, you say it could be next door, but the problem I've got is that I've lived in this house now for a long, long time. I've never heard anything like that ever. Because their front door makes a very, very distinctive noise, and it's not that. And I have never heard, that wasn't even next door though, that was almost like this side of the altar, between the altar and the desk. Which, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of filming stuff there, but nothing fell or moved that I can see. Anyway, we're gonna pretend like that's not happened. So, when it comes to visualization, the main thing that we can do to strengthen it is practice. Now, I have visualization techniques on my channel that I will still work with and I still use. And I think it's really important to remember here because a lot of people, I'm not saying everyone, but a lot of people that I talk to who think they have aphantasia, which is the inability to visualize, I think are actually confused as to what visualization is meant to be like. So visualization is a term within the witchcraft and kind of manifesting world that is essentially just imagination. It is simply the ability to imagine something, to create something in your mind. And so if when you read a book, you can imagine that story playing out, or if when you were a child in the car, if you had someone running alongside the car with you, that is your imagination. You are visualizing. If before you go to bed at night, you are playing out a story, maybe you're putting yourself in whatever movie you've most recently watched, or you're adding to a book that you are creating in your own mind, that is visualization. It is the ability to imagine things, to create things mentally. And those pictures are not necessarily going to appear in front of your eyes. They're not necessarily even going to appear in your mind, but you are still able to play out that story. So it comes with practice. And that practice doesn't have to be specifically kind of ritual practice or the practice that I've got on my channel. It doesn't have to be witchcraft related. It could just be making stories. If you're having a shower, zone out while you're doing it and make a story in your mind. I know so many people have like arguments in their head or like conversations in their head. That's essentially visualization. You are creating something from your mind and nothing more. If before you go to sleep, you play out a story in your mind, you are practicing your visualization. And a lot of people tend to have problems with it if their entire life, from being a child, they've been told, focus on the real world, focus on the real world. Your head's with the fairies. It should be in the real world. Take your head out the clouds. People often feel like they shouldn't use their imagination, and so they tend to lose that ability. But it's definitely something that we still have as adults, and you can still bring it back again with just a little bit of practice. And that could be guided meditations. 2 in 1. You get to learn how to meditate and you get to use your imagination at the same time. It could be creating stories, or if you are a passenger in a car, being able to imagine things outside of the windows. It could be specific ritual-related visualizations that you're carrying out. These are all great ways to strengthen that in your own practice. And then when it comes to setting strong intentions, it is about figuring out what you want and finding a way of kind of culminating that, like reducing it down to being this one powerful goal and intention. So rather than it being, oh, I would like love, very vague, could turn out to be anything. When you want an intention, you want it to be a goal, the way that goal is going to manifest. So what is it going to manifest through? And then how you want that outcome to present in your life. So if you were to say, I want friends, that could manifest in toxic people, friends from your past. That might be new friends. That might be friends that you don't really want. Whereas if you were to say, I would love to make some connections with people at my job that will become friendships. That is kind of, you want friendship, but you've also got the goal that is going to manifest through. And that is something that you can work through as you're visualizing, or in whichever way you best process. If you can't visualize, another technique would be to write down what it is that you're after. Tell a story, type it out, write it on paper, draw a picture. What is it that will represent your desired goals? Once you've written out a bit of a story, like one side of an A4 piece of paper, can you try and condense it down, reduce it into something more minimal that still holds all of that significance to it? And then you might want to be able to create a single line from that, or a sigil using every first letter of the words in that particular kind of short passage, and then create a sigil out of that you can then use to represent your intention. And yeah, there are many people out there who do genuinely have aphantasia. And someone said here that it's common and commonly whispers out the intention to a spell or ritual. A great alternative way of doing it. If you can't work up here because you are distracted, because your mind is on other things, because of noises, because you can't do it, there are so many ways of doing it. Creating those sigils, writing out your intention, whispering it and speaking it out loud. Even if you're literally just word vomiting your intention out, as long as you are getting that out and mixing it with your energy in some way, that is a fantastic way of powering your workings. So that's kind of a 2-in-1 question there, but hopefully that will kind of help emphasize things a little bit more. I do find that way too many people will kind of see visualization as being separate from their mundane life. And it's this different thing. And I've even had people where I've asked them, like, well, when you're reading a book, can you imagine what the characters look like? And they're like, oh yeah, I can do that. And I'm like, well, if you can do that, whichever way you do that, put that into your witchcraft as well. And that way you are able to transfer a skill that you already have into witchcraft without feeling like you have to start one from scratch again. Right, let's see, I was there. I was wondering if you've ever listened to the band Incubus Succubus. I have. I believe that they actually performed at Witchfest a few years ago, and they were very, very good. Can you recommend any good beginner herbalism books, please? So this is gonna depend on the aspect of herbalism that you want to work with. And I will say, if we're talking medical herbalism, please make sure that you are doing everything you can to make sure that you are being safe with it, because dosage is not easy in herbalism. It's not impossible, but different leaves of different ages are going to have different strengths of different compounds in them, which is going to impact how it affects you. So I would recommend it if anyone wants to look into medical herbalism, that they actually get trained in it to make sure that they're staying safe. If we're talking witchy herbalism, that's a whole different subject. So one book that I've literally just finished reading it, and it was phenomenal, absolutely amazing, and that is Wart Cunning by Nigel G. Pearson. That was absolutely amazing. I read it in like one evening, or maybe 2 evenings at most. Really, really good. So the concept of this book is actually, it's in one of my previous book hauls from Glastonbury. It might have been the last one. No, I think it was the last one probably. And it's a double-sided book, which is really interesting. So essentially, in the 80s, he became connected to a group of practitioners who were willing to share some of their herbalism knowledge. and he has completely lost contact with this group of people, but he was never told that he wasn't able to share the information, and this information was being shared with multiple people at the time anyway. And so when approached, he decided that he wanted to share this information, and one side of the book is about their kind of medical uses for these plants, and the other side of the book is their information about each plant that they worked with regularly. This is in Suffolk, I believe. I think it's Suffolk in the UK, and how these plants were used by them. And from what you can tell, the original notes were written by at least 3 separate people, and it's believed that these notes could have been utilised by a family going back over 100 years, which I find particularly interesting. And it's very much a blend of folk magic and medicinal herbalism. Do make sure that you are always being safe, but he has looked through the work to make sure that nothing is going to do you massive amounts of harm. So that is called Wort Cunning by Nigel G. Pearson, and that one is amazing. Another book that goes slightly further afield, if you are in the Americas, then perhaps something like Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs is a better option, because that is maybe more focused on American plants instead of English plants. Now, one thing that people have said about this is they don't like the fact that these books don't contain any pictures for identification, but what I will say is, if you are planning on identifying these plants, I would get a separate book on the subject anyway to make sure you are 100% certain in what you are gathering. But that is another one. I might have that one. I do. I can see it, so I can grab it. Hang on. Let's see if I can find this. It is here. Mine is very, very faded. I've had this for a very long time. Mine is a funny colour. It's not usually blue. It's usually green. So this is this one. It is Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. And it's still in print as far as I'm aware. And inside you have whole pages about like hemlock, heliotrope, and it covers a range of things. So let's just find one. Chamomile German, one of my personal favourite plants to work with. You have the Latin name, folk names, ground apple, and then a bunch of German that I'm not going to butcher for everyone's sake. Gender, masculine, planet, sun, element, water, magical uses. German chamomile is used in calming and sleep incenses and brews. It is also used to attract money. The sunny nature of German chamomile has been used to combat curses and spells. And then below it you have Roman chamomile, which is gender, masculine, planet, sun, element, water, powers, money, sleep, love, and purification. Chamomile is used to attract money, and a hand wash of the infusion is sometimes used by gamblers to ensure winnings. It is used in sleep and meditation incenses, and the infusion is also added to the bath to attract love. It is also a purificatory and protective herb. When sprinkled around the property, it removes curses and spells cast against you. And there are page after page after page after page of information, and it gives you also at the front magical procedures that you can carry out. That's not going to focus that well, but it covers poppets, infusions, baths, ointments, incense, and kind of tells you how to go about all of that. This is one of my most used books. And then for reference at the back of the book, if it helps anyone, are folk name cross references, as well as magical properties of different oils of plants, as well as different intentions. So it'll tell you which herbs are good at aiding in astral projection, as well as let's have a look, exorcism, friendship, fertility, fidelity, to halt gossip, happiness. What else have we got in here? Health, hunting, legal matters, love and divination of love. Like, there's so many, and there's just sheet after sheet after sheet of just lists of herbs related to different things. So that is one that I really, really like. For me, I think I personally prefer Wort Cunning, simply because it maybe more connects with my style of practice and also the plants that I am more likely to come across. Whereas in here, this has a lot more of a variety. So if you are not necessarily able to access the plants that are found in Wort Cunning, this is more likely to have them. There are, however, many, many more options out there. My jeans on this seat are so loud. Many, many more options. So you have the work of Corinne, I never know whether it's Corinne or Corinne. Let me know. Corinne Boyer. So she has a few books on the subject. I've actually just ordered her newest book, which I'm so excited about. So yeah, I love her work. She covers a lot of subjects. Do I have... I don't know why I wore these trousers today. They're so loud. I think they're all in my other cabinet actually, but you have like Under the Witching Tree is one of them. Let me just check. Plants of the Devil is by Corinne Boyer, which is one of my favourite books. I keep looking to see if I've got it here, but I know it's not here. Let's have a look at the other books that she has published. Let's see. So Under the Dragon Root is the new one that's just come out. I've ordered that one. I'm waiting for it to arrive. Under the Witching Tree, Under the Bramble Arch, and then she's also published Plants of the Devil through different publishers, and they're all, so far, I've obviously not read the new one, really, really good. So, I'm getting ready to take a trip to New Orleans. What should I put in my sachet for protection? Please help. So, ultimately, this is very much going to depend on what plants you work with and what you resonate with, and the kind of things I would put in for protection might not be the same things that someone else would put in. So do just bear that in mind. So for me, I typically will use the things that I find all around me. So I tend to put in thorns of some variety. It's going to depend specifically on the aspects that I want to be working with, but thorny plants in general. So this could be rose thorns, this could be bramble thorns. If you want something more intense, you could be looking at white thorn and black thorns, but obviously make sure you look into the folklore of each to make sure that you are being careful in how you are procuring them, because with some of them, especially blackthorn, I would not be messing with that unless I really was fully in on what I had to do, because sometimes that can really mess you up a little bit. I then would use nettle. That for me is my go-to for protection. I love it. So I would have something thorny, something stingy like nettles is a really good one for it. And it's going to depend on specifically the intention that you're adding in here. If it is to contain something, I'm probably going to want to add something in, whether it is a charged cord, like a length of black cord that is charged for intention, that is designed to entrap negativity. That is something that you could add in. If you want to repel things, then we could take it a step further and have things like, I like using oak for that kind of steadfast strength to make it strong against harm as well. That's something I enjoy adding in. And then I would probably try to add in a stone of some kind. That could just be a piece of quartz that you found that you've charged with intention. You might want to add that in. I would also often add in obsidian for this purpose as well. If you want to, you can also add in a sigil that you've created or a small petition that represents what you want to achieve. Seal it all up, charge it with energy, blow life into it however you want to do it, and then keep it safe and secure and regularly charge it. Obviously, it's going to depend on where you are in the world and what you choose to use. There are literally thousands of plants that are resonating with that protective energy, and so your practice may well lead you down a different path. But if you want some inspiration, you can always search up herbs for protection in witchcraft, or herbs for protection, magical protection, or herbs for protection in magic, and it will usually come up with some websites that have lists that you can work with. Now, I feel like I've missed some people that I meant to have said thank you to, so I'm really, really sorry. Thank you so much to Bridge Unknown. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the 5th anniversary. I love your Q&As so much. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy them. I'm honestly so amazed that it's been 5 years. It does not feel like it at all. Thank you so much to David as well for your support. It really means a lot to me. Thank you so much to B. I'm hoping it's B. I'm really sorry if it's not. Thank you so much. And also, right at the bottom, thank you so much to Casey. Have you ever listened to the Modern Fairy podcast? I think you would find it very interesting. I haven't, so let me add this in here. I'm always looking for kind of new things to add into my rota of things to listen to. Let's have a look. So the information on the podcast goes as follows, in case anyone else is interested in it. I'm thinking it's this one. If it isn't, is it called the Modern Fairy Sightings Podcast? Oh my goodness, there's a video here that is Professor Ronald Hutton shares his fairy encounter. I need to watch that. That is my watch for tonight. But yeah, let me know if it's the Modern Fairy Sightings podcast, because if it is, this is the information full of intrigue. Come open-minded and open-hearted. Simply listen and make up your own mind. But take heed, these are not winged Tinkerbells. These are real fairies. Thank you. I like the little addition there. I'm definitely going to check this out. This looks really, really interesting. Let me know if that's not the right one, though, and I will try to find the actual one if it isn't. So, where was I? I think I'm up here. I'm so close to the top because I've been like bouncing around on the questions. You'll have to let me know if after the stream, whether you would prefer me to just go chronologically, or do you like having topics kind of grouped together so it's more easy to follow? Let me know which you would prefer. Let's have a look. Is it okay to celebrate Ash Wednesday if you are Catholic, but in the same time you are a green witch? I mean, I don't see why you couldn't. For me, I celebrate Pancake Day, which is Shrove Tuesday. Not that I had pancakes this year because I didn't have time, but I think it's really important to remember that despite what a lot of people tend to say, throughout history, witchcraft and the modern religion of the time have gone hand in hand. I even got a question, and this will kind of tie into the question that I was asked in advance, which was, can you recommend any books on Scottish witchcraft about witchcraft that is pre-Christian? And the problem that you've got, and that everyone has when we're looking at the history of witchcraft, is that witchcraft is often practiced alongside the popular religion of the time. And so you will have so many folk practices that are based on Catholicism and Christianity. And there are many practitioners out there who practice both simultaneously. I do believe that Chaotic Witch Aunt is one such practitioner who draws on many different aspects of traditions and saints and works with them alongside her magical practice, and that is very, very successful for so many people. And it's the problem that we have when we are isolating things into, I want to practice this but it has to be entirely separate from everything else. It's really difficult to find pre-existing information on that subject. Same applies here. You would have so many people throughout history, and we can find records of it, who are practicing witchcraft, whether they were considered wise folk or cunning folk, that celebrate and that work alongside so many of the Christian figures. You will see petitions that have been created and charms that have been written in the name of the of Holy Mary, or they've been written in the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost in varying forms. I'm not very clued up on Christianity. And these are hundreds of years old. And so as a modern practitioner, I also don't think that you have to entirely separate out your practice from a religion, because witchcraft can run alongside many different religions. It is non-religious in nature unless you choose to add it to it. And so I do think that if you want to celebrate all of these festivals that you've grown up celebrating, or that you want to celebrate if you haven't already, add it in, see if it works, see how you feel. And it's very difficult, I think, to even historically, and this is what ties back to that question I had that's pre-existing on the channel, to find books that show a pre-Christian style of witchcraft. Because when Christianity came through, although there was a displacement of pre-existing beliefs, the fact that we still have magical traditions today shows that a lot of those beliefs lingered underneath the guise of religious belief, and were essentially tied into it. And that is why we still have practices today. And if you read any of Gemma Gary's work, I think has quite a little, is it Gemma Gary's work? I think it might be Gemma Gary's work. But also, if you've ever read, for instance, The Black Book of Isabel Gowdy, that contains a lot of kind of adapted workings that may well have appeared and have come out of trial records that show that practitioners were working alongside the religious beliefs of the time. Everything kind of got smushed together. And so I don't see why today people can't do that now. I don't really see why that's something that can't still be done. Right, where was I? I was somewhere. Somewhere. Do bum ba dum bum bum. Do ba 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 ba. Here we go. How to create and control a servitor. Ooh, I have done entire content on this subject that isn't available yet, and I don't want to share too much of it in the stream. And also this topic is massive. I mean, I could sit and talk about servitors for 5 hours and I still wouldn't be able to tell you everything. So I'm not going to be able to answer like how to create and how to control a servitor in this stream, because there simply is not time for it. But let's continue this. If he is to be recharged by consuming all the negative energy that's out there, will it be provoking conflict when lacking negative energy to feed itself? The latter question I can answer. And so a very brief breakdown of how to create a servitor and how to feed it and utilize it. It's going to depend person to person, but you are essentially creating a living energy form. So these are kind of man-made spirits, and they are created for a specific purpose, usually by splitting a portion of your energy out and giving it intention. And often this involves the use of a name or a sigil that represents them that you can utilize as a control mechanism, so that if you need to, you can break the sigil and destroy the energy, or you can manually dismantle the energy, or you can set a timer so that the energy automatically dismantles at a certain point. Sorry, I'm trying to get it out as quickly as I can. So usually servitors are set to be fed at a certain point in time. And so they require that energy to continue existing, essentially. And so if you've set it so that they are feeding on the negative energy in an area and then there's no negative energy left, you've kind of got one of two things that can happen here. If they have no energy source to feed on and you are not providing anything different, either that servitor will cease to exist, because without energy they are not able to function, and so they will just kind of degrade over time. They'll just diminish until they are non-existent anymore. Or you can have it where a servitor essentially says, screw you, you're not giving me energy, I'm going to find it somewhere else. And they will then look for energy elsewhere, which isn't always what you're after, because you don't know what they're going to be drawing on that energy from. So you might find that it latches onto other people, other things, other places. It might wander off to find energy. There's a lot of potentials in there, which is why, personally, I would say if a servitor is being created, there needs to be a backup system in place. So you either have it dismantle automatically after a set period of time, or you are able to manually dismantle that through one way or another if the energy does run out, or you can switch to a different energy source if you do find the original one to be not sufficient. Honestly, this topic is kind of huge, but yeah, very complex, very much depends on how it is that you're going about it. Does anyone have any ethical UK-based incense brands? I love incense but don't want to support bad environmental and working practices. Oh, I have 2 people that make incense that I really, really love. One I have on the table here, the other one I don't have anymore, but I need to... If I ever see them at an event, I will probably get some more anyway. Let me just get them up. So, 2 in here. Let me just see if she's got any incense at the minute. She does. So... one place I love going to get incense is, as you kind of will have figured, Sons of Asgard. I have my blackthorn incense right here, and absolutely love their incenses. So they do all of like the Celtic tree essence incenses, and I'm assuming way more, but I never look at the other incenses if they do, because I'm like so transfixed by these. So these ones are really, really great, and honestly, I'm not affiliated with them like in any way, by the way. I just really like their stuff and I think they're really cool people. And so their environment is just really, really nice. The shop is just lovely. They're great to talk to and interact with. They're just so knowledgeable. So I love their incenses. The other person who I know makes incenses that I really enjoyed in the past is called Wilderness Holistics. So their website is wildernessholistics.co.uk. Primarily, Jess makes jewelry. Really, really beautiful handmade pieces, but she does also do incense as well, and there's a range of incense, and she's such a wonderful person, and I just love getting to support really nice people. So they've got a wide range that varies from $5.99 for a pack of incense to, what's the most expensive, £10, which is for their pure rose absolute incense sticks, which is obviously a lot more expensive to make. And so both really, really good. Depends on what it is that you're looking for, but I love supporting like any small business that I can like that. And honestly, I need to find more. I need to go on to Etsy and go to more trade fairs and just kind of figure out who's new in the witchy world that I can support, because I prefer getting from smaller companies, but obviously these are both UK based, and while they do ship internationally, it is going to cost. So if anyone has any recommendations for any small business or ethical producers of incense from other areas of the world, feel free to let us know in the comment section, because I know that the majority of my audience is America based, which is definitely going to be different in where you want to buy things from. So, where was I? I'm here-ish. I'm lost already. I'm somewhere here. I can't believe I've already lost where I am. I've barely moved and I've always lost myself. Right, here we go. I hope this is not a repetitive question, but I'd like to know, how do you find comfort in a solitary practice? I'm having a difficult time finding people to connect with. So I suppose I have a very complex relationship with being solitary, because while I am solitary, sometimes I don't feel like it, because I spend every day reading comments, responding to messages on Instagram, doing live streams like this every month. So for me, I never really get that isolation part of being solitary, because I am always communicating with other people in one form or another. And so I'm obviously going to be in a different position than someone who doesn't have that. But if you can and you want to, finding short-term groups that you can join, not necessarily a coven if you want to remain solitary, can be done through events, shows, kind of group workings that are happening. So it's obviously going to depend where you are, but here we have, in the UK in general, we have a lot of pagan moots that people can go to. We have a lot of witchy festivals like Mind, Body and Spirit shows. We have Pagan Pride. We have Witch Fest, which happens every single year in Croydon. And there's a lot of events going on. Outside of that, you have the Witch Fest outdoor shows and the outdoor festivals that happen. You have a lot of kind of short-term gatherings, witch festivals in themselves, which usually happen in the summer months. And so if you want to kind of temporarily be around people, you can attend a lot of these things, and some of them involve camping for a few days, bonfires and workshops with people in music and dancing. And if you go to just a one-day show, like a Mind, Body, Spirit show, they're also called Mind, Body, Soul shows, they will have workshops there as well, and not courses, but kind of lectures that you can go to. Lecture is probably the wrong word. Talk, that's the word I was after. Talks that you can attend where you can feel as though you're a part of a bigger community, but you are still a solitary practitioner. At the end of that, you can walk away and you can still have that kind of solitary practice. If you have any local kind of pagan or witchcraft shop in your area that you can attend, you can often find a lot of comfort there and just having conversations with people. I will say that almost, okay, it sounds a little judgmental, and I don't mean it to be that way, because it's very expensive and very difficult to run a shop. But especially shops where there's a lot of items that are made by the people who run the shop, you are likely going to find some amazing knowledge there and a great person that you can communicate with, or people that you can interact with. I have found that to be less the case in shops where every single thing is wholesale. Now, that is not to say that the people that are running those shops aren't knowledgeable, because they probably are incredibly knowledgeable. But I have also been in a lot of shops where it is more about making money off the pagan community than it is about practicing themselves. So you can generally get a feel when you walk in whether or not you are going to vibe with that place and the energy of the people in it. And if you feel that way, they can be amazing to kind of sit with. I mean, I do it all the time. I go to Glastonbury and I go, I'm going to walk around the shops, and then I spend like 5 hours just talking to shop owners. And it's because you just get sucked in, like you mention something and then it moves on to something else, and you feel less alone when you have that kind of interaction. If you don't have any of these shops in your local area, or maybe you aren't able or don't feel comfortable going to like a big festival or something, online communities are great. I mean, you have loads of Discord communities, which I really need to get it on my laptop so I can log in more and more frequently, so I can spend more time in the Discord, because I know that I've been absent because life has been absolute chaos. And I'm really hoping to get back on there more so that I can interact with more people and join in on all the conversations, because the conversations are amazing. I love getting to like read everything. You also have Instagram, where you can interact with a lot of people. You've got Facebook groups where you can interact with a lot of people. So you can have that kind of balance where you can still have solitary and you can log in, experience it, and then log out again if you ever feel the need to kind of take a step back. So I hope that that answers that a little bit. It can be really hard to balance solitary and not feeling alone, but there are definitely ways out there that you can join in and be a part of things. Do you ever use any spells or rituals to make the desired results come faster, or to generally secure any plan outcomes after every other necessary step has been done? Yeah, like if anything, this is a really great way of doing it. I get a lot of people on my videos writing comments, and usually it's very, very viciously put, let's put it that way, but it will say something along the lines of, oh, this is all insert swear words here. Because if something is going to happen anyway, what is the insert swear words here point of it? That's a comment I get weekly. And that's the thing, is that I don't think people quite understand necessarily, because if you do a working for a particular goal and then you put the mundane work into it, you are more likely to get that outcome, in my experience. And you're also more likely to get it sooner and more intensely than if you were before. And I use an analogy, and I don't know where I use it. It might be in the Patreon video I'm editing. I can't remember. Where I say that if two people are both doing spell work for the same job, and one person is doing everything else really well for that job, they're turning up well presented, they've got questions that they want to ask, they want to make a good impression on the person that's doing their interview. The other person who's performed the exact same spell turns up late. They don't ask any questions, they don't interact, but in a way that's like they're really dismissive and they're really rude to staff members, and you know, they are kind of self-sabotaging themselves. Both people did the same working. Both people might end up getting that job because of the working, but the person who did that extra work might end up getting a better paid job than they even went in for. They might be contacted even sooner with confirmation of that job. They might find that they end up getting a raise on what they were originally thinking that they were going to be paid. It isn't necessarily that magic is going to get you something that you wouldn't have got otherwise, but it can definitely give you far bigger results than you would get otherwise, and it can also help in securing things that you're already lining up towards. And so if you are, for instance, like closing on a house, if you want to do some workings to really help that process go smoothly and potentially quicker, then that is a really good way of doing it working. And it's not a wasted working, because it might happen anyway, because you might find that it ends up being a better outcome than you would have got otherwise. Okay, I know that this is going to jump massively, and it's going to be really annoying when it jumps, and I know I'm going to lose a lot. So Kind of a forewarning before it does. If anyone has any questions, and this is kind of a repeat of what I said at the very start of the stream, if anyone has any questions that they would like to be answered in a stream, but maybe they are not available to watch the live streams as they're live, maybe the chat has jumped a few times and their question has been missed, feel free to post it in the section on the community tab. So on my channel, I have a community tab. The top post has a picture that says live stream questions. And in the comment section, people are posting questions that they would like answered in a future live stream. And I'm going to try after a stream, if I've answered any of the questions in that thread, to like them so that people will know when they've been answered, just to avoid the disturbance of it skipping questions. I'm not sure when I'm going to get to all of the questions, but all of the questions will slowly be worked through over time. And if I can't answer them in a stream, I may well give a kind of comprehensive answer in a comment or even in a separate video, so that you can then have like a bigger answer to that question. So I'm just going to put that there because I know that this is about to jump and I know I'm going to lose a lot, I think. And I'm not looking forward to that. And there it goes, it jumped. Okay. I'm hoping that I'm not going to lose too many, but we will have to see. I don't know. Okay. I was right here. I didn't lose any. Miracle. I have a question. How and when did you discover that you were a witch? Was it your choice or fate? Good question. And a question that I don't even know how to answer. And I say that because I have met a lot of people in the witchcraft community, and so many people say the same thing to me. If either they, like me, never really grew out of the things that they did as children. So I could see spirits when I was a child, and I never lost that like a lot of people do. And I found that the things that I really, really wanted and wanted to achieve would manifest in really unusual ways. And I had no idea what was going on. I just knew that if I did this, this, and this in a set order, while I thought really hard about it, that would happen. And so I was just doing that again and again and again. And it continuously happened. And it was just this thing that I did that I thought everyone could do until I mentioned it to other people. And they were like, yeah, no, that's not normal. You're using your imagination. And then I would be able to tell who was calling or who was knocking on the door without knowing. This was at a point where we didn't have a phone with caller ID. It was just like a handset phone. And I would know who was calling before was calling. And it was really odd, and other people would think it was really odd as well, that I knew who was on the phone before anyone said anything, before the phone was even picked up. And it was only later when I went to a library and found books on the subject that I realised there was a name to what I was doing. And so that tends to be one way that people learn how to do it. The other way of doing it is people will find a book on the subject and maybe they've never thought about it before in their entire lives. And then as they're reading, it's like everything clicks into place and all of a sudden they just feel so centered in their own life and like everything is right and it just feels so correct to them. And so the question is it something that they were always meant to learn about? Is it something that was always going to happen to them in their life? Or is it some kind of fated thing, unknown? For me, it's just been something that I've never grown out of, and so I just kind of continued it through, and I didn't realize it had a name till much later in my practice. So I think it very much depends kind of person to person how people will figure it out, because some people will find their practice when they are 50, 60, 70 and it will just fit into their life and just feel completely correct. Can you hide yourself from other people scrying? So I think the important thing to distinguish here is that when you are scrying, yes, you can get full images. More often than not, you're going to be getting smells, shapes, colours, movement, things that you are able to interpret into meanings in relation to your question. It isn't like you are looking Well, for some people it will be, but that's often because they're using other abilities as well. It's not like you're looking into a crystal ball and there's a movie playing out. That's not what most people are experiencing. So when it comes to scrying, you don't really need to hide yourself from it, because it's very rare that you're going to come across someone who is proficient enough to be able to get full images. You can do like invisibility workings. They are not designed to keep you invisible physically, but to essentially hide your energetic signature to make you less noticeable and less findable. So those kind of workings could be useful in this. I think what's maybe more aligned to it would be, how do you hide yourself from astral projection? Because in which case someone can project themselves to your location and experience things, and in which case then it's about protections, and it's also that kind of invisibility, hiding spells, like concealment charms, that are perhaps what you are looking for here. Okay. How do you define traditional witchcraft? How is it different from folk magic and practice? Okay, so there is no hard and fast defining line here, but this is how I have always interpreted it. So folk magic is magic of the people. It is very individual, and you will find that it will be different from location to location. And not only location to location, but also individuals to individuals. So you might have styles of folk magic present in, say, a village, but each practicing family in that village will probably practice something entirely different, and it is based on their own experiences with the land, with the spirits, with trial and error of what works and what doesn't, and each individual within that family will have their own quirks and adaptations as well. So folk magic is incredibly individual. It feels very different person to person, and if you were to compare two people's notes, even if they lived 2 minutes walk away from one another, they would look very, very different based on their unique experiences with the land, the spirits, etc. Traditional witchcraft is not as traditional or ancient as people think it is. However, it is based off pre-existing folk magic traditions, usually based in a certain area, and it's almost a formalized version of regional folk magic. So when we're looking at traditional witchcraft, say in England, there's a lot of different aspects of traditional witchcraft. So Cornish traditional witchcraft and Cornish folk magic is very different from Devon traditional witchcraft and folk magic, which is different from Essex, which is different from Newcastle, which is different from Yorkshire. Like, see what I mean? Every county is going to be very different anyway. But you will find covens and groups of practitioners would kind of formalize the folk practices that they found for their local area. And it usually works with spirits, deities, genus loci, land wights, fae, elementals that would be working in that particular area. And it was often gathered together for a group or a coven so that everyone is working on the same page. So it is adapted folk magic for a group of people in modern practice. So if we are to look at something like Traditional Witchcraft by Gemma Gary, it's one of the most popular books on the subject. The book was originally a published version of a coven book, essentially. Maybe not a coven book, but a book that was designed to be read and utilized by a group of practitioners who all wanted to work the same thing, and they were all on the same page. And then that book was published, and it's a specific type of practice that is based on the folk customs of a particular area that was practiced by a particular group of modern practitioners. Do you see why it's kind of complicated? There is definitely distinction between them. There's kind of crossover. So you have traditional witches are practicing a form of adapted folk magic that's usually very regional, but not every folk practitioner is following that style of traditional witchcraft, because it is kind of a formalized style for a group of people. I hope that makes sense. I'm not sure if it did, but that's why there's so many books available in different regions, and they're going to be very different. Gemma Gary's work is probably the most well-known, primarily focusing in Cornwall, specific regions as well. And then you also have Essex folk magic, which is different from Devonshire, and it's a lot. It's a lot. And then you can also look into folk magic separate. So for instance, if you were to go to Italy, there is such a depth of folk magic that is still being practiced today. People who've learned about their magic and the land and the spirits that they want to work with. And that isn't traditional witchcraft in the way that we would say perceive it. That is folk magic. And because it hasn't been formalized, it is still folk magic. Okay, that was a lot of words. I hope that made sense. If it didn't, I'm sorry. You've just heard me ramble for a considerable amount of time. I've recently been building up my altar and consecrating my tools. The other day I had a feeling someone was moving things on my altar, and when I came home things had been moved. Is this normal? I mean, it's not normal, because you'd hope that if you were to put something down it would stay where it was. It's going to depend on your environment. So if you live alone, it's therefore quite unusual for things to be moving. So if you live alone, no pets, no people, things are moving. Make sure that you check your locks, make sure that no one else has access to your home. And if they don't, it may well be spirits in your area that are moving things around. If you live alone, but you have pets, make sure that no one is able to access that place. And then it might be worth considering whether those items are being moved by animals, and in which case it could be worth keeping them locked away safely so that you can lay them out before spellwork and ritual. If you are living with other people, I'd say it's more likely that someone else has gotten curious and moved something than, say, a spirit, but make sure you do check all of the above before assuming that it is spirits. But if you are creating a significant kind of energy space with all of these tools, you are creating a consecrated area that is going to attract things, and those things might be curious enough to move things around and to adjust things. So yeah, I'd say start mundane, move down the list to the magical where possible. How can you recharge your spells to last longer? I've had protective spells that may be a sachet or a spell jar. How long can we keep spell jars before making a new one? It depends on how long the energy is going to last for, and that's going to depend on how much energy you add into it. So a small amount of energy is going to dissipate in a short amount of time. A large amount of energy is going to dissipate in a long amount of time. So the more fuel you can put into it, the longer it's going to last for, which is why connecting it onto other things, utilizing other energies is really powerful. Coven work is often very powerful for this because it's a lot of people raising a small amount of energy, which makes a lot of energy, rather than you attempting to raise a lot of energy by yourself. I would typically say, it depends on what we're talking about. If we're talking about traditional witch bottles, like the traditional way, not the modern way, typically you would change them every year, either every year or when they broke, whichever one came first. If we are talking about sachets and jars, wow, sachets and jars, why did I struggle with that? I don't know. That are just having items added into them that are representative of protection. Charge them a lot beforehand, ideally, and then I'd say you're going to want to charge them every 3 months, maybe every month, depending on how much energy you're able to put in them. If you want to, a way of doing it is have your spell bag, add a crystal, like a quartz crystal, for instance, either charge it with your protective energy, and then put it on top or inside the jar. I would probably go like on top or on top of the bag, for instance. Or you can charge it in a particular moon's energy. I just heard another knock. Ooh, I think we might have guests. Okay, cool. Charge it with, say, the full moon's energy with the intention of having that placed on top or on top of the bag so that that fuels that working for protection even further. And that's one way of doing it if you don't want to like sit and charge everything again, if that's not something that you're looking to do. Oh, it's not even that late and I'm already starting to go a little bit bonkers. What? Why? I am somewhere over here. Maybe. Perhaps. Somewhere? I don't know where I am. In which case, while I figure out where I am, I'm going to go to one of the pre-asked questions so that I can figure out where I am at the same time. So, I had a few questions that are honestly just really, really sweet, and just like, I love it when people ask like cute, adorable things. So I've done that one, yes. So one that I got, which I think is adorable, and I'd love to know everyone's answers to this, is what is my favourite constellation? Which is just the cutest question to be asked. That's just absolutely adorable. And I did have to do a bit of research on this, because while I love this constellation, at least maybe it's part of a constellation, I'm not even sure. I love this cluster of stars, and I always have, and I've seen them for my entire life. I'd never thought necessarily about what they were called, so I had to do a bit of research. So it turns out mine is called Orion's Belt, which I have heard of, I'm not that clueless, but I hadn't connected the dots literally into realizing what it was. So my entire life, you look up into the night sky, if it's clear and dark enough, and you see 3 really bright dots in a line. And this has always fascinated me as a kid, because looking up, everything looked so random, right? I couldn't pick anything out. Everything was just chaos. Everything was everywhere. And I just looked up, and there was this perfect straight line of 3 equally bright stars, and it always captivated me. And having done a little bit of research on it, it's also known as the 3 Kings or the 3 Sisters, and it's made up of 3 bright and named stars. I'm going to butcher these entirely. So one is called Alnitak, the second is Alnilam, and the third is Mintaka. And I had never looked into this at all until someone asked me that question. And if you have the chance to go outside tonight, see if you can see Orion's Belt. It's 3 really bright stars in a line. And I think it might only be visible in like certain places, but if you can see it, that is my favorite constellation. I'm not even sure. I think it's part of the Orion in general. But anyway, that was my favorite, and I just loved the fact that someone asked, and it was very, very sweet. So thank you so much for asking. Right. So this isn't necessarily a question. This is more just a conversation piece. For a while, I wasn't having much luck feeling spirits or seeing them. Turns out my protections were too high, and I was shutting everything down that would enter my space. Yeah. This is something that I feel like we probably need to talk about a little bit more, is that a lot of people want to interact with spirits, but they're also really scared of interacting with spirits. And while it's very important to have protections generally, I think it's important that we don't overdo it, because there definitely is an overdoing it aspect to it. My protections are designed to keep out certain things and to let in everything else. That's why I'm having the bumps and the bangs. These things are not... They aren't worrisome to me. I allow things to pass through my space as long as they aren't part of set criteria that I stop from getting in. And that allows me to still have these interactions with spirits. But what a lot of people do is they will kind of build up their protections so big and so high that they are blocking out absolutely everything. And that can actually go both ways. So not only could your protections, if you haven't specified what they're for, not only can they stop you from interacting with literally everything, including deities, including ancestors, including spirits that you would like to communicate with, but in some cases they can also stop your energy from like suitably leaving if you've essentially got 2-way protections up. And it's not a common thing that I see happen, but it's definitely something to consider, that when we are making protections, try not to kind of overdo it to the point where you are going to hinder yourself. If you want some interactions, make sure you don't put up so many walls that nothing is able to get through, and do be warned against having 2-way protections, because as much as it might seem useful to have 2-way protections, it can also limit your energy getting out as well, which can cause some issues kind of in your own energy space. So not a question, just a really interesting talking point. Would you do a video on clairaudence or the other clairs? Do you think it's inherited? So I have very briefly done a video. It's in another video. What is it in? It might be in the house haunting video. Let me see. I've got so many tabs open. I've got like a dozen tabs open and I need to sort through them. Okay. I think it might be in my house haunting video. It's called Haunted at Home, Reasons for House Hauntings. And I think in that video, I may have mentioned it. Don't quote me on that though, because honestly, the minute I put out a video, I immediately forget everything that I have said and posted. So it might be in that, but if not, I will do, these jeans are going to do my head in on this seat. I will do a lot of research on it and try to like collate it together into a video. I can feel a hair. I can feel it. I can feel it. Where is it? Sorry, I just turned into Gollum just randomly. So yeah, I will try to like curate everything together and put it in a set solid video. I should probably write that down before I forget to do it, because I will probably forget to do it, because that's what I'm always like. Where was I? I'm somewhere around here. Oh, I have had a fey creature in my house for several months that looks like a small white fuzzball and has the sweetest but mischievous vibe. Any input in what it might be? Interesting. I don't know any names for anything, right? This is almost the polar opposite look. Not the polar opposite, but different colour of something that I've experienced my entire life. One of the first besides the shades that I would see, one of the first spirits that I ever had interactions with were these little tiny, they were like this big, furry black, like soot, you know, like the soot creatures from Spirited Away. I don't know what they're called. What soot? Oh my goodness, I should know this. I love Spirited Away. The little soot creature things that pick up all the stars. Let's see what they actually called, because they have a name. Oh, I am not saying that. I will butcher that Japanese. Soot sprites. The little soot sprites from Spirited Away. I would see hundreds of them, and they would like crawl around all my feet, and they would like walk over my feet and climb up my legs, and they would be everywhere. And they didn't feel bad or worrying or anything. I can still feel this hair. It is, it's somewhere. I could feel them and see them all the time, and they never felt bad or malicious or dangerous or anything. And this sounds so similar, just in a different colour, and I'm wondering if it's a similar kind of thing. How small are we talking here? Because I'm just curious as to, because mine were like, they would vary from like that size to like maybe fist sized, and some would be a little bit smaller. And I'm just curious because I've never known anyone have like the polar opposite colorway, but I'm wondering if it's a similar thing. I have never been able to work out what they are, but I have also experienced something really, really similar. They're like tribbles. If you haven't seen Star Trek, that's not going to mean anything to you. They look like tribbles, and that's the best way I can describe them. Yeah, the dust sprites from Totoro as well. Those things. They're so cute. I love them. Adorable. While I'm thinking about it, did get a question on the Fae, and this is one that I didn't write down in my big list, but I have written it here. And while I'm at it, I'm just going to get the definition from the book, one of the books, just so that I can have that as well. I need to learn. Leather trousers on a leather seat is always going to be a fart noise disaster. I sound like I'm sitting on a whoopee cushion. It's my own mistake. I did it to myself, but it's still annoying. Right, grab this, and maybe this is the only one that I need. Is it this one? I don't think it's this one. Oh no! Might not be that one. Watch me not be able to find this book now. It's not that one. Where have I put it? I've put it somewhere. Okay, I'm not going to be able to find it, so why am I still carrying this? I'm just I shouldn't still be carrying this. I wondered how this ended up like at my desk the last time I did a live stream, and it's because every time I look at my cupboard, I pick it up and then I don't put it down again. So the question that I had is, why are brownies called brownies? Brownies being the small household spirits, like household fae. And this kind of took me down a little bit of a rabbit hole, so I have a little bit of information here. So brownies are my favourite of the fae. I adore working with them. They are one of the first fae that I had interactions with. I absolutely love them. If you want a good physical, like, media representation of brownies, please go and watch the Spiderwick Chronicles. If you can't watch it, read it. The author is so dead on accurate with so many things. Very, very well researched. Definitely worth a watch if you haven't, because there's a brownie in there and very, 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 very good. So brownies are found as house fae primarily in Scotland, Ireland and England, though a very similar spirit that may well be the same is also found in Wales, and similar are found around the world as well. So brownies are also known by many alternative names, including brownie and a couple of Scottish Gaelic words that I am going to utterly butcher. I hope you are ready for this. Brunade, Brunaidh, or Gruagach. I am never going to be able to say that. Gruagach. Not sure. I apologize. Language has never been my thing. And it's essentially believed that the word brownie comes from the Scottish Gaelic, and that's why we've got this kind of very simplified, very English version of it, probably because it was translated from it. And they are known as a kind of hobgoblin, which is interesting because most people will think of hobgoblins as being very not particularly nice, but they can be in the brownie form. And in Wales, there's a very, very similar house fae called a... Right, I tried to get the pronunciation of this, couldn't. Bwbach, which I think is pronounced Beobach, not sure, but they're very, very similar house spirits. And essentially what happens with a lot of fae names is, firstly, they're often translated from either Welsh or Irish, or they are translated from Scottish Gaelic, which isn't something that we English folks are very good at doing. Yeah, we apologise so much in modern times, probably because we've got so much to apologise for in history, including the butchering of names of everything. So we see them a lot in these areas as well as in England, and most of the time it comes from kind of altered or translated versions of the original names by other people. Or it comes from a purposeful mistranslation, purposeful misnaming, which, if anyone sees this post going around Instagram, I was so tempted to post it on my story and be like, that's not the reason why. There's a post right now on like Book Talk, or the book side of Instagram, that's like, I wish everyone writing fairy stories, like A Court of Thorns and Roses, would just use one name for fairies. I'm fed up of it being like any spelling that they want to use under the sun. And it was obviously trying to come across as lighthearted, but I think that they're missing that all of these fictional authors are basing this off real spirits and stories. And the fae are very tricky when it comes to names. They often don't like being directly named. They don't like giving you their name, and they can be incredibly easily offended if you refer to them too closely to how they want to identify, essentially. So the word fairy is often not spelled the way you would expect it to be spelled, and sometimes it would be the fair folk, the wee people, the little people, the small people. It would be the good neighbours. You would use an alternative name for it. And so it wouldn't surprise me, I'm not super knowledgeable on whether this is true or not, but it wouldn't surprise me if the names of the spirits and the fae changed over time, as well as the name of the collective group has changed, with spellings being changed and altered. And also we're talking about spellings that oftentimes came from people who couldn't read or write. So it was an oral tradition often, and obviously over time, people will shift it, change it, adapt it, accents will make it sound different as well, and then you'll probably find that the names change over time. But it's in here somewhere. There will be a section on hobgoblins and brownies in here. This is, for anyone who wants to know, this is a complete guide to fairies and magical beings. It's one of my favourite books on the fair folk. It's definitely not going to go into anything super in-depth or super specific, but it does give quite a nice wide-ranging bit of information. So it says, hobgoblins are small, wizened creatures without fingers or toes who live in Britain, America, and Canada. They have unfairly been branded as evil and were originally benevolent hearth or hob spirits, which is what we're talking about in all of this when we're saying that hobgoblins have been given a really, really bad reputation. They are seen as scary by a lot of people and terrifying and evil, when in reality, there's a reason that your cooker is called a hob. It's that the hearth and the hob, and so they were spirits of the hearth, hobgoblins. And hobgoblins aren't just brownies, but brownies are one variety of hobgoblin. And then when we move forward into the brownie section, let's see what they say about this. So brownies are small, ragged fairies who help around the house and farms, especially in barns and outdoors, in return for a dish of cream and honey. Found in the lore of Scotland, Ireland, the North and the Midlands of England, brownies live in families, which suggests that there may also be male and female brownies, because they're often primarily seen as being male. So I find it interesting, actually, to think about where all of the names came from, because the fair folk have a long history of not liking names, and so it wouldn't surprise me if the original names have changed over time and they've become almost silly. Isn't the right word, it's definitely wrong. I don't mean that the spirits are silly, but the name has almost become diminutive over time in a way that I don't necessarily think it should be. Brownie now is more associated with chocolate than it is fair folk and fair spirits, so I just think it's really interesting, and there's so many good books on the subject. I will have to do a video on it. My plan is this year I am setting to read as many books in my collection as I can, like reread them, so that I can give you kind of lists of ones that I recommend more than others, because definitely there's some books in the category that I don't recommend and there's others that I absolutely love. Okay. Where was I? I'm somewhere around here. Somewhere. Oh no! Watch me have lost entirely where I am. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. How do you proceed? Oh, this is a really interesting one. How do you proceed with a ritual you've seen performed in a dream? I feel like I'm being called to perform a ritual with a spirit, but I cannot think of the reason for my intention to the ritual. Interesting. So I've had this before as well, where I've been shown how to do a working, and yet I've got no idea why I'm being shown it. And so it could be worth trying to dissect it a little bit and see if you can figure out why things were included. So were there any herbs, any stones, any particular symbols that were used? Were things done in a certain way? Was things done clockwise or anti-clockwise? Were you facing a certain direction or in a certain place? Was any information given that might be cryptic? Because this is what we often see, especially if we are having, especially fair folk actually coming through in dreams. Everything they tell you is usually told in some random, seemingly random, almost nonsensical way, and it's not. It's just that direct telling is not really their thing. So it could be worth trying to kind of pick apart everything and figure out if you can see anything that's going to tie it together. If a plant ties with a particular sigil, maybe it will have some association for it. The other way of doing it, not necessarily the best way of going about it, but I can't deny it's effective, is try it. Make sure that you are obviously safe where you are, that you are keeping yourself safe. But you can always try it and see how that energy feels, see if anything comes forward to you. But I would make sure that you are double, triple, quadruple checking beforehand that what you are not being shown is something that you actually don't want to do, because it is something that some spirits will do, especially perhaps not so nice ones, is they will come forwards and show you a ritual that is related to them, that is going to achieve something for them at the detriment to you. Now, I'm not saying that it happens very often, so nobody freak out, but it has been known to happen. So just make sure that you are keeping yourself safe and as best as you can trying to dissect what it means beforehand to make sure that you aren't doing anything that you don't want to. I have something in my eye. Of course I do. Because, yeah. Why would I not have eyelashes going into my eye? I swear, more often than not, it's an eyelash that goes in my eye than anything else. Bum, 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 bum. Right, I am somewhere around here. Da, 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 da. I don't know where I am. Right, while I'm doing that, I'm going to go through my standard list again, just so that I can make sure, and I'm being told a lot that I need to read the Discworld series. I'm going to have to add that to my list. Phil literally just loaned me I think it's I don't have them in, no, they're in the other room. Every one of the books he has from the Lockwood & Co. series. I'm very excited to start reading that. My reading list is now absolutely huge, so I think I'm going to have to finish reading the Lockwood & Co. series first, otherwise I am going to not be able to finish anything. So I had a few questions in here that I wanted to cover today that were asked beforehand. So, more information about the genus loci. Now, this is something that I feel it's probably a good time to touch on because we are talking about spirits in general. So the genus loci is often discussed, especially when we are talking about folk magic and traditional witchcraft practices. And that's because the genus loci isn't something that you can necessarily work with if you are further afield. So it brings up some frustration, especially for people over in America, when a traditional witchcraft book is published and they get it and they realize that the spirits that are in the book are spirits that they can't work with because they are spirits of place. They are genus loci. And the term genus loci, I believe, comes from Latin. I think it is a Roman thing. I need to turn this over. And yes, it's from Latin. And it essentially is a term that is used to describe a spirit of place. So this is not a nature spirit. This is not a fair folk spirit. This is a spirit of the land, of the place, of the living life force of the landscape, rather than a spirit that can move around and travel. So I believe that here they're also known as land wights. This kind of idea of this living energy of the land. And they are often, I went through a bunch of books earlier trying to answer some of these in advance. They are often protective spirits. They are guardian spirits of a particular location. And within your magical practice, you may want to and may need to work with genus loci of varying regions. Now, where people draw the line at what a genus loci is and isn't is kind of complicated and convoluted, because in theory, if I were to go to a graveyard and I were to kind of come in contact with the guardian of that graveyard, it is sacred land and therefore has a guardian. Is that guardian the genus loci of the graveyard, or is that guardian something else? And this is where it gets kind of convoluted and complicated, because technically a graveyard or a cemetery guardian is a guardian of a piece of land. That would, in theory, make them a genus loci, but does it? Or is it something else? So if we are wanting to connect with the landscape around us, it could be worth that we start forming connections with the spirit of place. And this is a spirit that you're not going to be able to work with if you are thousands of miles away, which is where the frustration can sometimes lie, and oftentimes is accessed in places that are betwixt and between, these liminal places. So a lot of people will go into sea caves or caves in general, the edge of forests, between the forest and the shoreline, or between the forest and the meadow and the beach and the shoreline is what I meant to say. And access it in these liminal times and liminal places. You might find that it's easier to access the genii loci at dawn or dusk, at these twilight in-between times, and commune with the genus loci to gain information and knowledge about the land, and also to draw upon the energy from it, and potentially even gain the assistance of the guardian of that particular land, which is particularly useful if you deeply want to connect with the other spirits that are in that place that the genus loci might also be protecting. Because not only is the land significant and living to, say, practitioners of witchcraft in many cases, so are all of the spirits that reside within that area, and so they're kind of an all-encompassing guardian spirit, which is kind of it's frustrating for people, and I understand why it's frustrating, especially when the genus loci are named, and especially regional spirits. But if you want to work with spirits like this in your local area, it's worth looking into some folklore, some legend, mythology, history of your place, and seeing what you can find about the different spirits and entities that are believed to reside there, and spend time out in nature, connect with the earth, connect with the living energy of the land, not just dirt, not just trees, but like the collective life force of the place. Because so often when I say that the earth is neutral energy, people are like, no, it's not. The earth is an element. The element has different associations, and therefore you're wrong. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, it's just a difference of opinion. Because for me, when I say connect with the earth, I am not talking about the earth element. I'm talking about that intrinsic spirit of place, that energy that you get when you walk into a forest and it feels alive with energy. When you walk into a meadow and it feels like every single plant is buzzing with its own energy, not just bees and insects. That is the energy that I'm often talking about when I'm referring to connecting with the earth. It's different to me than, say, the energy of the earth element, or the water element, or the air element. For me, the energy of the earth is that all-encompassing life force of everything that is on earth and that is the earth. And so I just kind of want to mention that briefly, because if you hear me talking about it, like connecting with the earth, that's what I'm more talking about, and that's where this genus loci connection can be incredibly useful. So where did I put my list? How have I already lost it? Oh, it's here. I found it. I should not be left alone with anything of any value. I will lose it in an instant. I am the first person to go, I'm going to put this in a safe place, and then I immediately forget where that safe place is, and it's now gone forever. So if you want something to disappear into the ether and never be seen ever again, just give it to me and I will put it down somewhere and immediately lose it. It's actually a real problem. I should probably work on that. So, anything else on here that will tie into this subject? Let's have a look. So I've done this one. I've done this one. This one is different tangent. Probably should have spoken about this one earlier, but I did get a question about, is it okay to share cards with someone else because they share cards between themselves and their partner? I'll see if I can find the actual complete question, because I did I tended to just write down a very brief synopsis of what the question actually was. But it was essentially that, is it okay to share decks between people? Now, I know this is kind of a tangent from the last question, but I thought it was kind of an interesting one to cover. I personally, if I'm, say, in a relationship with someone who's also a practitioner, if I vibe with their energy enough to be in a relationship with them, I'm hoping that I'm going to vibe with their energy enough anyway to be comfortable with them interacting with my objects and items, my things, my magical practice. Now, that necessarily isn't going to apply to everyone, but I tend to find that if I vibe enough with someone to have that kind of a romantic relationship with them, that is probably also going to feed over into my magical practice. But when it comes to readings, people are often very, very careful of their magical tools, especially card decks, because a lot of the time it's you holding the cards, it's you shuffling the cards that is going to allow you to have a reading for yourself. How does that work if you are splitting the cards backwards and forwards between two people? So one way of doing it would be to cleanse the cards between every single use, which can get perhaps a little bit tiresome. The other way, and the way that I would probably do it in this circumstance, is because that card deck is not being used by a random person, like at shows and events, a lot of the readers will give their cards to the other person that they're reading for so that they can shuffle it to then have it handed back to them again. The problem with this is that sometimes that energy is not going to be conducive to what you want. It's not necessarily nice energy, and it makes it kind of difficult. So they'll often cleanse cards between use, or they'll put crystals on top to aid in kind of neutralizing that energy. If it's someone that you are already very familiar with, very comfortable with, then one thing that you can do is simply spend a few minutes beforehand shuffling them. Just pushing your energy into those cards, gently shuffling them. You can be distracted doing other things, watching TV, listening to the radio, listening to a podcast, whatever it is that you're doing. Just gently shuffling those cards, because as you are interacting with them, you are putting your energy back into them, and you are essentially overriding the energy of the other person so that yours is at the forefront, so that when you're doing a reading, it's not so much of a problem. And then when your partner takes those cards, they can then do the same thing. And you're essentially overlaying the energy backwards and forwards. Every month or so, you might want to cleanse that deck just to reset that energy and then continue on. I don't necessarily think that you need to worry about it so much, unless their energy and practice is so distant from your own that it's going to have some issues and some like counteracting with your own practice. So I think I also had a question in here just while I'm at it. I keep putting this in different places and losing it. The other one that I had was along the lines of, how do you actually shuffle your cards? How do you know when it's time to stop? How? Good question. Sometimes I've asked myself that question too, because different decks are often going to give you different results. I am precariously balancing books at an alarmingly sharp angle, and I suspect they're going to fall off. So if I grab myself a deck, this is something I have shown before. Every book just fell over. That's fine. So this is the Celtic Spirit Oracle, for anyone that's wondering. So I would open the box. Obviously, I'd hope that would be the first plan. Take the cards out, and I separate out the guidebook, because that's going to be a pain if I don't. So these cards then, because I've used them before, I don't need to like intensely shuffle them to mix them all up, because cards, when you get them, are going to be in a set order. So if you can, shuffle them a dozen, 24 times to make sure that you are mixing all the cards up. I will then either do a set intention, so I'm either asking a specific question, in which case I'm going to be thinking through that question in my mind. And if I'm not thinking it in my mind, I'm going to be whispering it to the deck. I do a lot of whispering to decks because I'm self-conscious. And also I find it to be a very intimate thing with me and my cards. So I will either be whispering my question or thinking of that question repeatedly, and then I will be shuffling those cards. Or if I'm doing a general reading and I want kind of anything to come out of that, I will be just generally shuffling the cards, trying to not think about anything in particular. You may find as you're shuffling that your brain goes to work, family, love, money, and that might be your subconscious coming through and saying, I'm giving you a hint here, this is something you should be doing a reading on, and in which case then you might want to shake up the reading. So a few ways of doing this. So I will shuffle until I get told to stop. So immediately I got this card, which is the Celestial card, which is just absolutely beautiful. It means cosmos, creation, and spiral. And so that wasn't calling me to pull any more than that one. It's just this kind of gut feeling. It's almost like my hand goes, I don't want to shuffle anymore. I would then keep going until I get told, essentially by my own subconscious mind, to stop stop shuffling. And then this is the one where I would draw 3 cards in a row. So the first one is whatever this is. This is the maiden, representing innocence, love, and the past. I would then draw a second card, which is this one, which is fawn, beginnings, willingness, and opportunity, which is interesting because they are 4 and 3. Now, I've used this card a lot of times, so I find it interesting to have 2 cards, we'll see what this one is, that are so close together. And then we have this one, which is number 36, the herbalist, which is herbs, medicine, and healing. And so that's one way of doing it, and then you would read those cards all together. You take each card individually and then you would link them all together into kind of a story. I find that reading cards is very much like telling a story. You have points that you want to hit and you can kind of weave and connect the two. It's like Occam's razor, really, like joining them together in the most effective way. So you've got the maiden, which is all about innocence, love, and the past. So this would probably be things that you've experienced in your romantic life where maybe you weren't ready for certain things and you allowed yourself to maybe fall into insecurities, to not be fully aware of aspects of a relationship that were maybe important to you. And now you're kind of getting to the point where you're realizing those things. And then you have the fawn card, which is all about that beginnings, the willingness to grow, opportunities coming your way. So you've had that time where you are in your kind of innocent, almost naive stage where you're not really listening to the things people are telling you. You're allowing your heart to lead the way. It maybe hasn't worked out so much, and now you're getting to the point where there's new beginnings, a willingness to grow, and everything else. And then the last card, the herbalist, in relation to these two, I would say that this is less about physical healing and more about that kind of emotional, innocent child healing almost, of saying, I understand the things that have happened in the past. I understand where things are going and the things that I would like to achieve, and to be able to get there and to develop into like a full blooming flower, because flowers are kind of a theme throughout this. I need to learn to heal myself. And so that's how I typically do my readings. The other way of doing readings, which interestingly actually ties back into the first card that I got, which is the creation and celestial card, which is all about that change, that spiral of growth, development, all that kind of stuff. The other way of doing readings is to jump a card, to stop at a specific point based off maybe a number, something that is significant. I'm just going to see what this card is, because that just I'm clumsy and that just kind of flew out. The green man, nature, connection, and source just came flying out then. So if you are doing a reading for another person, for instance, you might want to learn their number. So their number is often related to their birth date. So you would take their full birth date. So for instance, if you were born on like the 31st of October 1972, for instance, you would add together all of those numbers. And then if you would have multiple numbers, you then add those multiple numbers together, and then you would probably have multiple numbers. You add those together until you get a number that is kind of between like 1 and 10. And this number is something that you can use in this instance. If you're reading for another person, you can do a complete shuffle. Hand is now empty, that's 1. You would then do a complete shuffle again, 2, until you get to a point where you have done all of your shuffles for that person, and then you would read the cards. That's how I can do it for a separate person, which is the Cosmos card again. The Celestial card has come out again. Or if you would say do it for yourself, you would have your own number. So mine is 6. So I would then shuffle 6 times. That's 1, 2, 3. And by doing it this way, you are still utilizing that magical numbers intuition, but you are kind of allowing yourself instead to not allow yourself to get too absorbed into does it feel right? It's still going to connect to you, but it isn't based on your intuition. So this time I got the Hare card, which is all about otherworldliness and shape-shifting, and the Underside card is Gwyneth, the mother, nurturer, and being present. So that's another way of doing it. So they're kind of two different techniques there. You don't just have to use it for birth numbers. You can also use it just generally for, how do I best describe this? Like, if you want something for balance, for instance, you might do 2 shuffles. If you want something for stability or a stable aspect of your life, you might want to do 4 shuffles. If you are wanting to do a reading for your family and you've got, I don't know, 3 kids, you might want to do 3 shuffles. Or for the entire family, you might want to do, say, 5 shuffles. Like, you can utilize the numbers in that way if that's something that you are interested in. And then just while I'm at the bottom here, I'm noticing there's like a big chat going on at the same time, so I'm going to get to that in a minute. But I'm new to learning tarot. I know how to read the cards alone, but I have no idea how to link them. Do you have any tips or books or videos on it? I mean, I'm happy to expand on this and to do more videos on how I do it, but obviously it's going to depend on the spread that you're using. I don't use a spread of sorts. I draw cards until I'm being told to stop, basically. Or sometimes I'll draw 3 cards and then they'll go, no more. I'll do another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then eventually I'll be told to stop. And then it's about kind of taking the points of each individual card and finding a way to weave them together to create kind of a cohesive, moving story that passes through them all. But this deck is really, really lovely. Once again, this is the Celtic Spirit Oracle. It looks like that, if anyone's interested. Really, really nice, lovely energy. I would recommend this as being a Fae deck, but it is and it isn't. There's definitely a lot of Fae influence in there, but it also contains the Ogham and other Celtic practices. So that's a really cool one. Right. Now I've got to figure out what on earth is going on with this. I've been seeing it going like dead fast. Do people who are witchy have more problems with computers, phones, or anything electrical going on the fritz for no apparent reason, or light bulbs flickering and blowing out? Yes, all of the time. I am notorious for it. I am a destroyer of technology. Don't know how to describe it. I am very, very good at messing things up. And even, it was since I started practicing storm witchcraft that I never know what came first. Did I practice storm witchcraft first and that's why my problem with electricity started? Or did I practice storm witchcraft because I was already having problems with electricity and I was like, seems like we've got a match here. But yeah, I'm really bad at breaking things. The newest thing that happens in this house is if I walk past, there's like certain points in my house where if you walk through an archway and I'm holding an electrical device, I will lose all signal. Like, my phone line will go dead, every call will drop, or I get things where Wi-Fi doesn't work properly, power cables don't work properly. I nearly get electrocuted a lot more often than I should, and I'm really careful. It's just electricity really likes me. Static electricity, I'm a bugger for it. I am always electrocuting myself and everyone else. It is really annoying. And I do have a tendency to break a lot of things. The other thing that both me and my dad can do, but not so much my mum. My mum can do it with some really strong things, but not so much with other things. Any electrical device that is plugged into the mains, I can electrocute other people with it. It is so much fun. Not badly. Okay, I'm not like damaging people or like doing any harm to anyone. But if I'm holding a phone and it's plugged in to the power and I touch someone else, I can feel it and they can feel it. You can feel the current going through me into them. And I can feel it on myself. If my laptop is plugged into the mains, the entire thing is vibrating. I can feel it. And if I touch anyone else, even if they can't feel it when they touch the device that I'm holding, I can get them to feel it by me touching them and by the current going through me. And it's what I've always been able to do. And I thought it was normal, but having had conversations with my dad, it seems like something that is like going through his family, that they've always experienced it. So I don't know, it just, I have a bad track record with electronics. I have broken too many electronics. Sometimes by accident, sometimes it has been like, I mean, sometimes it's like I've accidentally dropped it, but sometimes it's like, why is this not working anymore? I actually don't know. So yeah, I'm not sure whether it is something that I something that drew me to storm witchcraft, or if storm magic is what started it. But I think it's what drew me to storm magic, because I would also be careful doing it because it can be really, really strong, but I draw power through the walls because of the lighting and the electricity and stuff. So rather than going into the earth, which I do a lot, and drawing energy up that way, I just stick my hand on the wall and draw it through the wall, because that's what I've always just been able to do, and it just depends on what you feel connected with. Don't do anything dangerous like touching plug sockets or anything like that, like please don't. But just like being able to put your hand on the wall, and if you know that there's power source in that wall, you can draw it out of that if you feel particularly drawn to it. You might want to get an electrician to check your house, in which case then they're going to have to check the electricity in every building that I've ever been in. I don't think anyone's that unlucky. I could go into like a Starbucks or where has plugs? I don't know. A coffee shop that has plugs. Cafe Nero, I don't know. And plug something in there and it would be the exact same thing. It doesn't matter where I am. Even if it's someone else's device, I can do it the exact same. It's the weirdest thing. And I like go to people and I'm like, can you feel this? And they're like, feel what? I'm like, oh, never mind. It's just me. Yeah, working in IT would not be for me. I have enough problem like editing videos and stuff. Like I've even had it where my cameras go dead really, really quickly. Like I'll have it where the camera's on 100% charge and then it'll just drop in like 5-10 minutes to being like flashing battery light, and then it goes out again. But then that same battery in a different day, when I'm not doing like an altar setup or I'm not doing a spell video, it doesn't go flat. So it's not the battery, it's something that I am doing in the space that is causing the battery to go flat. It's really weird. But then you see the same thing happening in like paranormal investigations, is that one clear sign that something is going on is if batteries start going flat. And I've had this myself in certain locations. Your battery, even if you're not using your phone and there's nothing on it, it will just go from 100 to 10% in like 2 minutes. And you're like, how? I don't know. It was just really interesting. Right. I need to figure out where I was again. Let's have a look-see. And if I can't, then I'll go off my sheet. Oh, how do you start working with the Fae? This one is a really interesting one. So, do I have any questions on here, actually, that kind of tie that in, or not? Possibly not. So, when it comes to working with the Fae, I find the first port of call is to figure out what's in your area. What's likely to be present is a great place to start. So, it's also important to know what it is you're expecting to get out of it, why you're wanting to do it, and who you're expecting to work with. Because I think those questions are really good at kind of figuring out whether or not it's something you want to progress with or not. Because I'm going to give you the warnings in advance, not to fearmonger. This is not witch talk. No offense to all of witch talk, but they do have a thing about scaring people shitless for no reason. The fair folk are not like Tinkerbell in the majority. They are not cute little fairies that live in like a cute little world. They are spirits, and with that comes some conflict, some irritation, some annoyance, some misunderstandings. You know, the Fae are not different in such a way that you should be treating them with less respect, less care than you would treat demons. Both are spirits, both are different in the way they interact and potentially people's perception of them, but it's important that we come at everything from respect. And if you cannot assume that they are going to play by your rules, because they are not human. So these are just things you need to be careful of in advance. That's not me saying don't work with them. That's just saying have expectations that are realistic when it comes to working with spirits. Because what I see happen too many times is people come in and they're like, oh, the Fae, they are safe to work with, and then they disrespect them and then their life goes to hell. And it's not because Fae are necessarily more dangerous than any other spirit, it's just people have a tendency to treat them like children. Like, oh, you're nice and cute, you're like a plaything now, you know, it's not the same. It's not like that. So that's something to just consider in advance. Next up, it's about what kind of Fae would you want to work with? Are we talking about house Fae? In which case, we're talking about things like hobgoblins and brownies. Hobgoblins and brownies are typically attached to locations, or families. So if you're living in a brand new house, it's newly built, might have a hard time working with them off the bat, because for them to be attracted into your space, you need to get their attention, get their respect, give offerings and honor them and give them a space where they feel comfortable residing, and that isn't necessarily quick and easy. If you live in an old house, you are more likely to have an in-resident brownie. They might not be happy with you though, because you might have ignored them for a long time, but you are more likely to have in-house spirits in somewhere old than if you are living in somewhere new. If you want something that's more outside in nature, it's time to get outside into nature, experience kind of how the natural environment sits around you. What is it that you are experiencing? Are you experiencing a lot of forests, a lot of waterways? Is it a lot of meadows, empty spaces, lots of crags and lots of rocks? These are all good places to investigate, experience the energy of, and spend time in so that you can have an idea of the kind of Fae that might be living in your area. Then it's worth checking out some resources on the fair folk. I will always remember the Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, Fairy Legends, and British Goblins. They are 3 great books on the subject. They are about encounters with the fair folk, and they are old. So be warned that the language is going to be a little elaborate. And then looking into some kind of experiences that people have had, so you really know what you're getting into, and you might notice that things that people have experienced, you have experienced for yourself. And then it's, especially with like house spirits, offerings are a great place to start, in that brownies in particular are very particular about the kind of offerings that they get. And sweet things, cream, honey are all really popular choices that you would leave out on the hearth or like the mantle, so that they will aid you and assist you and be happy in your home, as well as making sure that it's not crazy, messy, and you know, all these things. So it's kind of like dipping your toes in slowly but surely. What you want to be doing is kind of having an understanding of why you want to work with the Fae and how it might be experienced first, because that way you really know what to get into, and then you can start going to these places, spending time there, leaving offerings there, honoring the locations, being respectful as well, and being present so that you can then experience experience kind of sightings, smells, sounds, interactions yourself, because being present in that space, being willing and open to receive communication and then leaving offerings is a great way of having that respect built. Because a lot of people I know think that, you know, we shouldn't be like licking the arse of Fae just to get them to interact with us, and I don't agree with that, because it's important to remember that the Fae remember a lot more than we do. They are a lot older than we do, and a lot of individuals remember when people respected them. And now these same Fae that were once honoured and respected and treated with dignity are being minimised into being Tinkerbell. People are dismissing them, they are no longer leaving offerings, and some of them are pissed. So I know that it might seem counterintuitive to come forward before you even start a relationship with a Fae and be giving offerings even when you haven't had that interaction. But when we think that they remember a time when humans did work with them, did honour them, did leave them offerings, and that was then ripped away from them, you need to sweeten the deal here, because they a lot of the time, in my experience anyway, and I can only ever speak of that, that's what all of the streams and channel is, are often rather cautious about trusting that humans are not going to do the same again, because the Fae folk got the short end of the stick last time, and a lot of them are very cautious, and so having that kind of build up by leaving offerings being respectful is a really important place to start. That was a bit of a tangent, I apologize. And yeah, don't get pissy with them. That's the other thing, is that like human social interaction is not quite the same as interacting with the Fae, and like don't be pissy. Don't be a dick. Just be respectful and try not to piss anyone off in the process. So, I've done this one. I need to learn to tick these off whilst I'm working through them. Otherwise, I'm going to get confused. I did that one, yes. Okay. So, let's have a look at if there's any more I mean, there's going to be plenty in the chat, I'm sure, but just to, how would you dispose of offerings to the Fae? This one's a really interesting one. So, one thing that you don't want to do is eat it. I know it seems kind of counterintuitive. You're like, oh, but this is fine. No, because it's kind of the same thing that I mentioned a minute ago of they remember a time when basically everyone, and even we're talking even up to the early 20th century, even to the mid 20th century, people in rural areas were still honoring them, still leaving them offerings. They remember that being taken away. And so one thing that I've learned, and I don't know if it's a universal thing, is if you give an offering to a Fae, don't then take it and consume it yourself, because that's essentially saying you can have this temporarily and then I'm taking it back again, and now it's mine and I am going to eat it. I have found that to be kind of not taken well. So I would say if you're leaving food offerings, for instance, return it to the earth, compost it, try to give back to the world a little bit with it. Because what happens with all offerings to spirits is you'll find that energy is taken off it in a way that they are not physically consuming it, but energy is being removed from it. And so they have taken their fill of it. What's left of that should then be returned to the earth again. So I tend to either dispose of things in food waste. Don't know if that's the same everywhere else, but in the UK, in I think most areas of England anyway, we have food waste bins where it all goes in to like be processed properly. It doesn't just get like thrown in landfill. Or I would compost it if I had the means to do so that is then being kind of processed and given back again. Just don't eat it. Or like returning it to the earth in another way, like if you have like a composting patch that you use, or even a hole that you're using to give offerings in. It's obviously going to be different though depending on where you live, because if you live somewhere with raccoons they will find it and they will dig it up. So just make sure that you are disposing of it appropriately. This is why it's much better to use food waste bins and proper compost bins or units, so that you can make sure that it's not negatively impacting the wildlife as well. And then there was another one around here. That was the Fae. Yeah, so was that. So I think that was most of the Fae questions out of the way, I think. So I do have a few more questions in here that I noted down, because there's quite a variety actually. I wanted to kind of stick to one topic, and then I realised that there's so much variety to witchcraft that becomes kind of difficult. We've got one here which is, can you use old Barbies as puppets? And I think this one is a really interesting kind of conversation starter, because there's a lot that kind of go into it, and I have never considered it. Honestly, I've never really thought about it, because for me, I use puppets, usually sewn puppets. My mum currently makes sewn puppets that we sell on the website, and these are the things that I use more often than not. I will use the sewn puppets, but wax puppets, clay puppets, straw puppets, when we're talking about things like bride dolls, these like corn dollies are also puppets. I've got kind of hearth puppets. I've been asked before if the hearth puppet on my altar is a representation of myself. It's not. They're just called hearth dolls or hearth puppets. It just so happens that I practice hearth witchcraft and that's my username, so it kind of sounds egotistical that I have a hearth doll on my altar. It is not a doll of myself. It is just a doll that is just called a hearth doll. That's what they're called. People use apples and you can use paper and, you know, there's so many different options. I have never thought of using a Barbie, but I'm always very conflicted on it because I don't particularly like using plastic in my magical practice. However, if it's a Barbie doll that is not going to be used and it's already had one life as something else, I think that would be fine if you feel comfortable using that because you are not adding additional plastic into the world. I wouldn't recommend like going out and buying a Barbie doll specifically for this, but if you have a Barbie doll, I don't see why you couldn't, you know, decorating it appropriately. If you can find a doll that is a decent representation that you've got in like a collection or something, or that you can find secondhand, I don't see any reason why that couldn't be done. And then you can make little clothes for them, or you can write things on them. And I think it could be a good option for people who struggle with the creative aspects of making a puppet. I think that could be a really good alternative. I'd love to hear what everyone thinks about using Barbies or any doll like it as a puppet. I think it could be really interesting. I've never done it though. I tend to stick to less. It's strange because puppets are traditionally in the shape of a person, but I almost prefer sticking to generic human shapes. Like just a generic head, arms, torso, legs. That's typically the puppet shape that I would normally go for. So what have we got here? I hear of people leaving offerings for the fair folk. Has anyone in chat received any offerings from them? I know that this is a general one, but I do think this is where I think it's really important for me to kind of point this out here. If you spend any amount of time on witchcraft TikTok, I don't think it's oh my god, these jeans. I don't think it's necessarily called witch talk anymore. I think that's like one aspect of it. They are constantly saying how if you get anything from a fae, never accept it. They're trying to trick you. You're going to be cursed. And I don't think that's necessarily true because it entirely depends on your individual relationship with spirits. And it's not that people haven't experienced bad things from getting gifts from the fae and they haven't done something wrong and something bad hasn't happened. It's more that I think that it's more nuanced than that. And honestly, it's my biggest dislike of TikTok and short form content, period, is that existence is more nuanced than a 1 minute long TikTok clip, or even worse, like a 15-second long TikTok video. It's too nuanced for that. So if you are, for instance, working with a fae, an individual, and you've got a really good working relationship, and you have requested something and you have given them incentive, something in return, and then they have returned with the thing that you were asking for, to me, that isn't anything that should be alarming or hazardous or anything of the sort, because you have built a working relationship, you have requested aid, given something in return, and then received that aid. I personally wouldn't be concerned about that at all. If anything, I think what can be concerning perhaps is if you have never formed a relationship with the fair folk at all, and you are getting strange and unusual items appearing that are unexplainable through mundane means, then it's considering, is this a spirit wanting to form connection with you? Or could this be a technique to get you closer to them? Like I've heard of people finding like a trail of curios that have piqued their curiosity and have led them away from the path, you know, like being pixie led, for instance. then I think it's something to be concerned about. And the other way of doing it is if you receive a gift, it can sometimes, if you accept that gift, be taken as, well, you've accepted it, give me something back. I think we've all seen those sellers, traders in very touristy areas where they say, would you like a rose? And if you take that rose, they go, that is 10 euros. And it's that kind of like, you've accepted something as a gift, therefore you owe me something. The same can be applied to the fair folk. So sometimes it can be you've taken my gift inside, therefore you owe me now, pay up. And that could be in any number of different ways. So in that regard, it is important to be careful. But if you have that working relationship, I don't think it's something to be too concerned about, as long as you have that good working relation in place. Yeah, working with the Fae is very much a two-way street. It is not devotional, but it is about respect both ways. And I think a lot of people perhaps don't like working with the Fae, or they don't trust working with the Fae, because it's more than an instantaneous interaction. You are trying to build a relationship with a group of spirits that has been very hurt by humans, and it takes effort. And I also think that it's why a lot of people don't like cats. Okay, I'm not saying that the Fae are like cats exactly, obviously not, that would be insulting, but cats take more work to get interaction out of than dogs, right? Cats hold a lot of the power. If they don't want to be around you, they will leave. And people often don't like cats because they take more effort to get to know, to interact with, and people don't like them. I love cats personally. Same kind of applies to the Fae. A lot of people think that working with spirits is going to be an instant fix, that you do the bare minimum and you get a lot out of it. And then when they realize that the Fae are not only very, very powerful, and they are then the weaker in that power dynamic and they don't like it, when they then realize they have to do a lot of work, they like it even less. And that power dynamic makes people really uncomfortable. So yeah, they can tell, they can see when people are good and when people have good intentions. And that's also scary to people, because I think we are so used to reading everyone else. We are so used to reading animal behavior. We are so used to trying to work out and almost anthropomorphizing everything around us, that when there is an entity, spirit, that is able to read us, that takes away some of that control. And that's really scary for a lot of people as well. But they can tell if you go into something with good intentions, they're able to recognize that, and it's going to be a different dynamic than if you were to come at it from a really negative standpoint. Right, I'm going to continue on my little listy list, because I'm going to need to get through it at some point. I don't know if I'm going to get through all of these in the list, but any that I don't get through of the pre-asked questions, I will include in the next live stream, or I will answer them kind of in the comments afterwards if that's more useful for people. So one question that I got is, what do you do with used petition papers? So you've used a paper slip on your altar space or in your spell and ritual. What do you do with it? Do you bury it? Do you burn it? What do you do? Do you have to keep it? And really there's so many options, and it's going to depend on what that petition or that spell paper was for. If it is for removing something from your life, then maybe that's something that you want to dispose of away from your home. So this might be in a public bin, in a public recycling bin, somewhere that's going to be dealt with separately. If it's a working where you're still trying to grow and manifest and change and improve things, it might be something that you want to add into another working. So I have a locket, for instance, and inside, not this obviously, but inside my locket, I will put different herbs that are designed for a certain intention, and then there will either be a sigil or a petition paper that goes inside, which then is assisting in magnifying that energy, and it allows you to carry around and continue that working onwards. But of course, if you're doing a lot of workings, you're not going to want to continue these things forever, and at some point you might want to dispose of that. And personally, I would allow this to kind of return to the earth, be recycled, be composted if it's something that you can do that, so that you can really cycle that energy back through again. And this is something you can do in your own property as well. You can, if you want to, also kind of dissolve that paper up, and you can add it into compost and stuff, and do it that way if you want that petition to grow and flourish and develop. You can also burn your petitions, and people often go, oh my god, I don't want to do that, but it's going to depend on when you burn it and the intention that you're burning it with. So if it is something that you want to remove from your life, so you've done a working to remove negative influence from your life, and this petition paper is the last thing that's left, on a waning part of that moon, so at some point between the full moon and the new moon, probably closer towards the new moon, you will burn that petition, and that energy then is going to drive that further out of your life. If you want to draw things back into your life again, you would choose a waxing phase, which is between the new moon and the full moon, preferably somewhere closer towards the full moon, and you will burn the petitions at that time. And it holds different significance and different meaning because of the external influence that's going on as well. So there's so many different ways that you can dispose of your petitions, and it's going to vary on the meaning of that working and what you resonate with. Boop, boop. I can tick that one off too. So let's have a look here. Ooh, interesting. Has anyone ever here visualized the individual's guardians surrounding the people they see in a crowd? Like an auric persona hovering near people. I visualized this while sleep deprived. So I have heard of something similar, and it depends on who you talk to as to what it actually means. So I've heard some people say that they can see negative influence, negative workings, even someone else's servitor or familiar having an influence on them. Even things like spirit attachment. Some psychics can see that on other people, and it appears to be someone kind of like wrapping around your shoulders, like squeezing you, and their head is like here and like encompassing you. And so it can be something that's quite negative like that. If they are simply in the presence of that person, it may well be that you're seeing a particular guide that is just really strong. And sometimes it can be a guide, an ancestor, someone that's really, really intense, especially if the person that you're looking at doesn't have a lot of protections. So sometimes people's auras are a lot more visible if they don't have any protections, and some people's are so like everywhere. They're like massive, and it's because not only do they not have protections, it's because, well, if they have protections, they're not very good, but also that they have no control over their own energy, and so their energy is being directed absolutely everywhere at all times. So you don't even have to try to read someone's energy. It's in your face already. Like, it's this unavoidable thing. It's inescapable. And so that might be what is being experienced as well. Usually it changes depending on kind of how that is being perceived. Is it someone being constricted and being like hovered over in like a really menacing way, or is it someone standing by and just being present and just being watchful? And those two are going to very much vary. And also it might depend on how you resonate with things as well. So people who are resonate very well. What was I trying to say there? I don't know. With angels are more likely to notice other people with angels than, say, ancestors. Whereas if someone is very closely rooted with, for instance, like their own energy and servitors, they might be more able to notice that energy when it's around someone else. It's that kind of like recognizes like, and you might find that if you're seeing a lot of people with the same kind of spirit, it might be because you have that spirit in your circle as well, but you might not realize it. So just here, while I'm here, do you think that witchy tendencies are passed down through your lineage? I am personally firmly in the camp of, to be a witch, you have to be a practitioner of witchcraft. You are an active participant in your magical practice. I don't think that anyone from a lineage of witches who has never spent a day in their life learning anything about witchcraft, has never listened to any of that. Like, if you had someone, like, just two examples here, I know they're quite extreme examples. If you had someone from a 300-year-old line of witches who was adopted and had no memory, no training, no nothing of it, and then you had someone who is not from a line of witches, both of these people are both going to have to start at square one. Like, if you have no prior experience, knowledge, and teaching, you are still going to have to start from the very bottom and work up in your magical practice. However, coming from a line of practitioners, if you are taught, obviously is going to give you a step ahead, because even as a child, you are able to learn things, see other people practice certain things. Like, all these traditions are steeped in your life, and so you are more likely to have a step up than someone who is just starting out with no experience. I don't necessarily think that that means the person with lineage is guaranteed to be a better practitioner. I just think it means that they can learn things in the long run maybe a little bit easier. However, I think that, like, I know that my problems with electronics, that runs through my dad's side of the family. We've kind of established that. We figured that one out. Whereas the empathic tendencies tend to run more through my mum's side of the family. And so these kind of abilities definitely seem to be family favoring. You'll often find that if you have one empath in a family, you may well have 2, 3 more. If you have one person who's very sensitive to energy, you might find that other people in that will also be very sensitive to that as well. That's not to say that you can't learn if you have none of these abilities, but it's definitely easier if you have other people in your family who do experience that. So it's kind of a twofold thing. While I think that witchcraft as a whole is something that you have to learn, develop, and grow, you can just sit on your arse all day, and it doesn't matter if you have 500 years worth of witchcraft history. If you never bother to pick up a book or listen to anybody about anything, you're not going to be any more successful than that person who spends every day of their spare time learning about witchcraft and learning from different sources. You, as a kind of heritage practitioner, are not going to have any better luck than the person who's working on it just because you're a heritage practitioner. Like, I think that's the distinction there. But I have definitely experienced that I'm going to say one that's easier to say. Clairaudence, for instance, is oftentimes passed through families. Or if you have really intense psychic abilities, you'll often find that it goes through families. So it's definitely like a two-sided thing. Let's have a look at where I was here. I am somewhere. Ooh, any thoughts on the book Sigil Witchery, A Witch's Guide to Crafting Magic Symbolism by Laura Tempest Zakroff? I've actually never read it. I have one book by them, and okay, my thoughts on this book are not about them as an individual, and I really want to emphasize this. I'm like really emphasizing the point with my pen. I personally really struggle with the writing style. I mention it every single time. I am dyslexic, and the writing style makes a massive difference to how well I can read a book. And I have green glasses. Where are my green glasses? I have green glasses that I wear as well. I've put them somewhere. I lose everything I touch. Everything. I have green glasses that I wear as well to try to help the words to stop them moving. Some writing styles I struggle with a lot more than others, and I have Weave the Liminal by them, and I have really struggled to read it. I don't think that they are a bad writer. I don't think that they aren't talented, and I don't think that their work isn't good. I think it's probably all of those things. I think they're probably an absolutely phenomenal writer. I just really struggle with the wording and the sentence structure. My brain doesn't like it. So I'm going to have to give... Honestly, there's a lot of books in my collection that I need to give another try because I've really struggled with the wording of it, and their works are one such thing. So I think I'm going to try reading Weave the Liminal again to start off with, because I already have that in my collection. I'm pretty certain that I have another of theirs from a Llewellyn series, one of the Tools series, you know, like they had the Mirror series, the Besom series. And I'm gonna see if I can get into the writing style, and then I will try a different book. But I don't want to buy a different book and then realize I can't read it, because there's nothing more frustrating to me than like buying a book, trying to read it, and then realizing that I physically am struggling to read it. Opinions on chaos magic. Do you have any experiences with it? Most people will have experiences with it. If you have made sigils, you have experienced chaos magic, because the technique that we are seeing in sigil making that's really popular today is a form of chaos magic. I struggle to figure out what chaos magic is, because it's simultaneously everything and nothing all at the same time. I actually am gonna need to get in touch with my friend who has a friend who does chaos magic, because I'm hoping that he's going to be able to give me a bit more insight on it from an insider's perspective. I definitely need to do a lot more research on it to have any kind of full comprehensive understanding on it, because it's not something I've purposefully ever looked into. It's something I've stumbled across here or there, but I definitely need to like fully dive into it. Oh, it jumped. Anyway, I'm having to figure out where I was again. I'm somewhere over here. Oh no. Oh, I had an intention candle I used a few times, but then I stopped for a couple of months. Is it okay to start reusing it, and how do I go about it? So it's going to depend on what the intention was for and how it was charged in the first place. So really what you're going to want to do is sense the energy in it and figure out how strong that energy is. Do you want to start afresh, or do you want to add on to it? Because you can cleanse it and add on to it again and start again, or you can add on to it. Well, that was confusing. You can cleanse it and start from scratch, or you can build on that energy that's already pre-existing. So same process, basically. It's just one involves cleansing first, and then you're going to want to pour your energy back into that candle again, kind of filling it back up again with that energy, and then light it by thinking of your goal and intention and continuing it down. You are probably going to have to recharge it if it's been a considerable number of months, just because it will dissipate slowly over time. As much as I love charging items in advance, and I do have like a whole video scripted that I need to do on this, it isn't going to last forever. And so it's going to last anywhere up to maybe like 6 months, but it will start getting a little bit like a best before date, right? If you've got a best before date on food, the food is better before that point, and then over time it's going to slowly start becoming less and less good, whether that's in flavor, whether that's in nutrients. The same is going to apply in this. Once you fill it with that energy from that point onwards, it will slowly, ever so gradually, decline over time. And so if it's been more than like 5-6 months, I would say fully recharge it again and then start it again. Ooh, I've just finished The Crooked Path by Keldon, which I loved. I'm starting Besom, Stang and Sword. Any other recommendations for a traditional path? Anything by Gemma Gary is a good shout, honestly. Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways is great. If you want something that's, no, maybe that's a little bit too focused on folklore. Maybe, sorry, I'm talking to myself. What else have you got? So you've got, I have my iPad right in front of me that has all this information on it. Why am I not using it? Oh, I found my glasses. I just crushed them with my book. Of course I did. So I have a book review thing in my iPad that I use. So let's have a look in the traditional witchcraft section and let's see. So ones that I really enjoyed. We have A Deed Without a Name, Unearthing the Legacy of Traditional Witchcraft is one of my favourite books ever by Lee Morgan. The Crooked Path, obviously. You've got The Devil's Plantation, East Anglian Law, Witchcraft and Folk Magic. That one is a little bit more folk magic focused rather than traditional witchcraft as we see today, but it's still very good. The Devil's Dozen, 13 Craft Rites of the Old One is really nice. Treading the Mill, Workings in Traditional Witchcraft by Nigel G. Pearson is also really good. Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways by Gemma Gary. Silent as the Trees, Devonshire Witchcraft, Folklore and Magic by Gemma Gary. And The Black Toad, West Country Witchcraft and Magic by, you guessed it, Gemma Gary. If you want something a little bit more folklore-centric, then Between the Realms, Cornish Myth and Magic by Cheryl Straffen is also really good. Talks about the Cornish Celtic otherworld. Wow, that's a lot of them, about fairies and piskies, mermaids, witches, giants. Lots of options there. I gave that 5 stars. Like, I wrote a lot about this. I really liked that one. More kind of folk magic based ones. We have Spells from the Wise Woman's Cottage, An Introduction to West Country Cunning Tradition, and one of my favourite books of all time, which is Folk Witchcraft, A Guide to Law, Land and the Familiar Spirit for a Solitary Practitioner. I do have others on this list, but I feel like I'm going to be bombarding you, and in the next... I want to say I'm going to get it done soon because I filmed it before Christmas. I have a video on traditional witchcraft books coming out. So that is the plan. I don't want to bombard you too much. That video is going to have all of the details in it on the YouTube video when I get it done, basically. Yes. What is it that people mean when they refer to one's true name? So I have this conversation way more often than I thought I ever would on here. So a true name, quite simply, is a name that you should definitely keep to yourself. It's the name of the energy that you are made up of in every lifetime. So the name that you have been given in this lifetime is not your true name. It is just your current name. Your true name is the name that was given to the energy at the start of everything and has been present in you through every version of yourself throughout history. So it comes from the idea of reincarnation. It's not believed by everyone, but it does tie into a lot of other traditions. So fair folk do not give their name freely. Demons do not give their name freely because names hold a great deal of power. The same applies to a true name. A true name is found through decades of meditation, past life regression, and I mean like a lot of past life regression, to find your original true name. Not the name that you were given in your first incarnation, but the name the energy was given at the start of creation is the idea behind the whole thing, and it takes a lot of looking. I've only known personally one person who's ever found their true name, and I never expect to hear it, and I never want to, because it is something that should be kept entirely private. Because much like with the fair folk, if you have their true name, you have power over them because names are powerful. That's why Rumpelstiltskin had the thing with names. So that is essentially the condensed version of what a true name is, and it is a very powerful thing. And that's the thing, what language would a true name be in? Usually they are not in any language that you will discern. Usually it is something that you will hear in past life regression. You might even see it, but you're not necessarily going to know how to say it. Unless you are taught to say it or you are taught to write it, you are not going to know. It is almost like in the language of energy rather than in any kind of tongue that we would know personally. And so it's very difficult to share with anyone a true name, and people really shouldn't anyway. I've known of people who have shared, and it's a little bit like getting a tattoo of the person you're dating. You know that the minute you get that tattoo, your relationship is doomed. It's like a curse in the tattoo world. It's kind of a similar thing with true names. You just don't share it. It's just not the done thing for your own safety, generally. Let's see. What have we got here? It's gonna jump. I knew it was gonna jump. So I'll answer this question now because I don't fully know the answer to it, right? And I'm never going to because I'm not well versed in it. That's why I need to be like going into conversations with people who actually practice it. Is chaos magic left-hand path? And I've heard this question so many times. And I'm always really confused by people's answers, because a lot of people who don't practice it are like, yes, chaos magic is definitely left-hand path. And I'm like, but is it though? Because chaos magic is, it's so variable and it's so unique to an individual, and I don't think you can put it in a box. And I think that's the problem with it. I don't dislike the terms left-hand path and right-hand path. I think they can be very useful descriptors for things and give people a very vague idea of what's going on. I don't think I would consider it that necessarily. I don't think it can be pigeonholed into one or the other. I think it's very much, it fits, to me anyway, in my knowledge of it, and I'm not super well versed in this, it's always fit into this kind of folk magic is also in this category where it's in this grey zone. It can swing either way depending on how you choose to practice it, and honestly the same kind of applies to most other forms of practice unless it's very strictly one side or the other. Right. I have lost where I am again. How can you read cards for yourself and avoid bias, or to avoid bias? And the honest answer to this is that you can't really, but it's a little bit like in the scientific community. You want to go into it trying to prove yourself wrong. So if you go into a reading and you're asking questions about, is this person the person that I'm meant to be with? Is my relationship with them going to go really well? And you get a series of cards. There is tendency, if you go in and attempt to confirm that you will avoid anything that doesn't line up with what you want, and you will try to kind of worm your way around it, basically. Whereas if you go into that reading going, okay, I need a non-bullshit answer to this, I am going to try and look at every possible option that these cards might be giving me and look at the big picture, you need to be able essentially to go in and say, okay, it's not going to destroy my world if this doesn't show me what I want to see, and be willing to look at the big picture. And sometimes you are going to get card readings where you're like, damn, you could have just slapped me in the face, it would be nicer. But they are giving you the answer that you requested. If you want an honest answer, they're going to give you an honest answer, and you have to be okay with reading around what you want to see what might actually be there. What that harm may have saved someone, though. This is about the previous thing, and this is why I've had by a lot I mean I think I've had about 60 months worth of conversations with people, 5 years of conversations about this exact point. I don't like the terms black and white magic. I personally don't like people labeling entire practices as good or bad. And I say the same analogy in every single one of these things, and it must be so annoying to so many people. But if you have done if you've done a working to aid you in a job interview, right? You have done 12 workings to aid you in a job interview. That's got to be positive magic, right? You are wanting to earn a little bit more money to help support your family, to help your mom move house who might be really struggling, to pay off some of your sister's debts. You really want to give your kids something amazing to look forward to, like an amazing holiday, and you really want to get this job, and that's going to do everything for you. That's positive magic, right? Until you realize that by doing that working, you might have kicked someone out of the process that's actually better than you for the job, that needed it more, and they didn't do any workings for it, and so they now don't have that job. So now that person has to go home to their family and explain to their kids that they're not going to be able to go on holiday this year because their dad or mom or whoever it is didn't get the job that they needed to get. Well, where do you sit with it now? Because that's then a spell for personal gain that has hindered someone else. Everything is so, like, this is why I never like the polar opposites. Like, I find the polar opposites really difficult to deal with because it entirely depends on which side of the story you're on. It's like history. History is always written in a way to make the victors seem like the good guys. but it doesn't mean that they ever actually were. It's just how it looks from your perspective. Everything is a shade in the middle. Yeah, everything is just a shade of grey, because it depends on how you look at it. Even something as simple as protection magic, for instance. Like, if, for instance, you have done protection magic and it's designed to like ricochet negative energy off you, if you've only protected yourself in that household and no one else in that household, the negative energy that might be attempting to attach onto you is now bouncing around that house, and it might be negatively impacting other people that weren't the desired target of that working. You might think that a protection spell can only be positive, but if it's negatively influencing other people, from their perspective, maybe it isn't so positive. So like, yeah, everything is grey without context. And I always try to emphasize the nuance in witchcraft, because too often I get questions of, is this spell white or black magic? I'm like, well, I mean, not really suitable terms to start off with, but it's not that simple. And it's really hard to get someone to kind of see that when they are so used to labeling everything as either good or bad. And I think part of it comes back to fairy tales and stories we were told as kids. You know, the Wicked Witch of the West is always evil, but it's like, surely though, it depends on which side of the story you're on. She might not be evil on her side of the story, but you only perceive her as such, and that kind of thing. Will you be doing any additional reaction videos? I hope to do some. I love doing reaction videos. I absolutely love doing them. I think they're so much fun. I love being able to like expand on other people's information. I think that's really, really cool. I don't know of any super interesting videos at the minute to react to. So, I mean, if you ever find any video, like literally any video that you like the look of and you want me to react to it, let me know, and I can have a look at it and see if it's something that I think I could work into a video. I am currently working on a Patreon video. It's going to be out, technically it was meant to be out today, but my Patreon is not working properly, so I'm going to have to see if I can get it up. There's a reaction video to some of my oldest content, which is very cringe to me. Very cringy. So I wanted to do that to kind of give the Patreon some of my old content with like new information added on top of it. And I am planning on doing some more what insert movie here got right about witchcraft. I've got one that's scripted, well, partially scripted, that I'm hoping to film soon-ish, so those will hopefully be coming out in the next few months, maybe, potentially, hopefully. Right. Let's see where I was. Any tips on growing and drying herbs? My attempts so far have not been successful. I'm trying to grow and dry indoors. I'll be honest, I don't have the best green thumb ever, but it depends on obviously what you're growing. Some things are going to really struggle indoors. When it comes to drying though, a few tips I've got, depending on circumstances, it's if you live in too damp an area, you're going to be growing mold. If you live in too dry an area, you find that often the colour gets bleached, not bleached, but like dried out of plants that you're drying. So I would recommend, if you can, investing in a dehydrator. Now they're usually designed for food, you know, like orange peel and stuff. I've got a big-ish dehydrator. It's like this big. It's got multiple layers in it. And you can set the temperature settings and you can set the time. You lay everything out flat on the grid and the air circulates around inside and it just dries everything out really nice and slowly. It means that you're not burning anything by putting them in the oven when it's too hot. And you're also not going to risk it going moldy because you're drying it really quickly. So it's kind of a good year-round drying system. Obviously, it does require power, but not that much. And I do find it really useful for things that you want to retain the colour of. So if you're drying like rose petals, for instance, then ideally you want to keep the colour as well as the fragrance. And I find that drying them quickly in a dehydrator is a lot better than drying them slowly or in an oven. Just be warned that if you put anything in there that is toxic, is spicy, it's going to go into the air and it's going to be airborne, and so spice is going to burn, and if it's toxic you are going to risk your safety. So just make sure that you're being careful in that regard, but that is something that I use. Okay. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Are you in a relationship right now? I'm actually not. I spent Valentine's Day editing. You know, it was not actually a bad Valentine's Day. I'm quite enjoying editing at the minute, which is weird. Usually I hate it, but no, I don't mind it so much right now. I'm trying to figure out where I was. And I just I completely forgot I was wearing lipstick and just started eating my lipstick. So I'm hoping that I don't end up with it all over my teeth, which would just be incredibly embarrassing. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst. I had to scrap an entire video once. I was so annoyed. I don't know if I ever refilmed it again. This is just like tangent. This is just bloopers, right? I tried on this new lipstick and it had like this gloss coating that like made it shiny without it being sticky. I thought, oh my God, this is so cool. What I didn't realize, I was filming this ginormous reaction video. Like it was like an hour and a half, 2.5 hours I was sitting there. And I'm like not realizing that it's reacting with my foundation. And I ended up with a patch all down here that just went white because it was like reacting to where it was touching the edge of my foundation. And I'm watching this video back in editing and I can like fast forward and I can see it like reacting with my foundation as the video goes on. I'm like, there is nothing in this entire video that I can save. I just have to scrap the entire thing. It was awful. Like, it's obviously not the worst thing to ever happen ever, but it was so frustrating that I spent so long. It was like one of the longest videos I'd ever filmed and I had to scrap the entire thing. Maybe one day I'll have to just take the audio off it and do something with it, but I don't know how else I'm gonna deal with that, honestly. Right. Let's have a look. How do you concentrate on a pendulum to a specific spirit so no other spirits come through? You kind of can't unless you have some signifier of said spirit that you can work with. So for instance, if you've created a servitor for gathering information and you are using a pendulum to gain that information from that spirit, you would then use their sigil or their vessel as the kind of representation of them. One hand would go on the sigil, the other would be on the pendulum, and so you are working through their sigil. You would do the same with any spirit that's given you a name to work with them via. So often this isn't their real name, like their like actual name, but it's usually the name that they've given you to work with and connect with them. Same with familiars, so you can work with them that way. If you are working with an ancestor, you can use something that belonged to them, try to form a link that way. It's not quite as accurate per se, but it definitely gives you more chance of connecting with them than anyone else. But if it's a spirit where you don't have anything to connect with them via, it's a little trickier. You kind of have to call out to them and hope for the best, which is not ideal, but it is just something that we have to do sometimes. Trying to figure out where I was. I'm lost again. At this point, I think I'm always getting lost. Right, let's just have a look here. What have we got in the recent ones? Ooh, what do you think on the Masters in Magic and Occult Science degree at Exeter? I think it looks fascinating. I think that people kicked up, maybe unpopular opinion, I think people kicked up a whole bunch of stink because they wanted it to be like a magic school, and it's not. It's about how it is perceived through history and all this stuff. But I think it looks amazing, and I'll be honest, I did look at the requirements for it. I do not have a degree that fits into the requirements because I was in a different field. It's the problem with masters is that you typically have to have a degree in the field, like in humanities or in language, and mine is in the wrong field, so I couldn't do it, and it would have been amazing. But yeah, I think it's really interesting that it's something that is becoming more spoken about. The only thing that I wish perhaps was that it wasn't so focused on only women's representation in the history of witchcraft, because it's frustrating having read so many trial records and you see so many varied people dealing with the witch trials and witchcraft throughout history. I almost think it's a bit of a shame to discount everyone else, but on the other hand, I do understand why there is an emphasis on how women were treated, because obviously that's a big thing. So like I understand why. I just wish it wasn't only, because there was a lot more to it, but I'm sure that it will be expanded on way more in the future, and I think it's going to be amazing. I mean, I know so many people personally who applied for it, and I don't blame them because it looks just really cool. If I join your Patreon, would I have access to all previous content? Yes, so everything that's ever been posted on there is available. This year, I'm already behind. I'm probably gonna be posting a lot of content in quick succession, because I'm very behind on editing, because I've been editing this ginormous video. That one, I'm hoping, it's already 11:30, so I might not get it done today, but if I don't get it done today, I'm hoping I'll be able to upload it tomorrow. If it plays ball, I will hopefully be able to upload it tomorrow. And then, that will be on there. I try to do a lot more book content on there. So like in-depth reviews of just a singular book for people who want it. That typically goes on the Patreon. Apply to the Masters anyway. It's a really flexible program. And since you have a relevant job experience, you'd probably get it. Oh, see, I don't like doing that, because everyone says it to me, right? Like my entire family goes, you should apply to events under Hearthwitch, because then you're more likely to get in. And I'm like, no, because then I feel like I'm using my platform to benefit myself, and I don't like that. Like maybe if they do it again, like in following years, I'll probably I might apply and see. Isn't that the point? So see, I am the most self-depreciating person ever. No, like the idea of like being like, and by the way, I'm Hearthwitch. I'm like, I want to cringe, instant floor, swallow me whole. I could see it. I don't know. This is where my social anxiety kicks in, and all of a sudden I can't have a conversation about anything. But I don't know. Because what happens a lot of times, I know it was a caveat on my course, and I don't know if it is on others, but you basically sign like agreements to say that you cannot redistribute or reproduce the content that's given to you in this course, which means that I basically couldn't share any information from the course, really. Like obviously I can extrapolate out from it, and honestly see, that's not how it works inside my brain. That's not how it works. I like the idea of being that person. I am not that person. I'm not that person. Apply as a teacher. Trust me, I am not qualified for that. I love sharing information. I am definitely not qualified to be a teacher at all. Hearth, apply. Oh no. I'm pretty certain that the time for applying for this course round is gone anyway. But if they continue to do it, then I will consider. There we go. That's about as far as I will go. I will consider. I've got to figure out where I was again now. I was somewhere over here. Where was I? I don't know where I was. I'm somewhere around here. To be fair, I think I might have already answered a lot of the questions in and amongst other topics, which I think is really, I kind of like that actually. Like I think it's nice to be able to answer things in one giant continuous topic instead of like lots of little small topics. Do you recommend Llewellyn's Elemental Witchcraft series? I just bought Fire and Air. Do you have any elemental magic book recommendations? I do like the series, by the way. I do think it's a very good series. I don't like many other books on the elements. That's really the one that I would go to the most because it is the most comprehensive that I have seen so far. You do a great job on YouTube. Oh, thank you so much. Honestly, I'm just glad that you guys like it. That's honestly the best thing to me, is that people like watching the content and that they enjoy it and that they get something out of it. Oh, please don't do that. Please don't contact them and recommend me. No, I will want the floor to actually swallow me whole then. I might turn into a little witchy goblin creature and disappear into the woods and no one will ever see me ever again because my social anxiety is that bad. I'm just like the fact that I can give you information on here, and maybe one day I'll go and do some courses and get a master. I mean, to be fair, I'd love to go back to uni again. I miss everything except the exams. I hate exams. Too much stress for me. I don't do stress very well anymore. I don't know how I ever got through uni, honestly. I feel like if you're used to doing exams, it's fine, but as soon as you leave, it's like, I never want to do an exam ever again. But I like the idea of having, I'll be honest, the one thing I miss more than anything, I miss having access to research libraries. So the amount of times I would literally just use, okay, this is what I would do my coursework, obviously, but then I loved being able to look at loads of other research papers and have access to them because your university pays for you to have access to papers. I loved it. And now I'm like on Google Scholar just reading abstracts, which is, it's not the same thing, but it's about as close as I can get. I have a zoology degree. So I did a degree in zoology with marine zoology, which is why I'm in the wrong category, because you need, like, I think you need a humanities degree. I have a bachelor's in science, so that doesn't really work. Yeah, it's the research. The research was the bit that got me so invested in it. I hated labs. I sucked at labs. But if you gave me like a dissertation to write, I was in. I would spend hours on end, just paper after paper after paper, just book after book. I loved it. Like, I think that's why I like doing research for the videos so much, because it's basically like an extension of that. I just, like, I don't know. I'm just a sucker for it. If I literally I bought a book on fungi yesterday. I've not read like a sciencey book in however many years it's been since I did my degree. And I went into a shop and I was like, oh, I really want to read up about fungi. So I bought a book on fungi, and now I'm like, I now want to like deep dive into everything again, and I'm like going down rabbit holes. It's great. Check if you have alumni access to your library. Oh, I will have to do that. I mean, to be fair, I don't live anywhere near my university, but I might just have to do that. That might give me the incentive to travel back to Wales again. You like learning might be a Gemini rising to me. I'm actually an Aquarius rising, which is so bizarre. But yeah, that's... Oh, online access? Oh, now you're tempting me. I'm definitely going to have to check this out. Anyone else used Silver Ravenwolf's series Learning the Craft? What did you think? Okay. Trying to put this in a way that is not really rude. If you Google problems with Silver Ravenwolf, I'm sure that will give you a lot of information that you will need to know on that. Personally, I wouldn't recommend, and I don't particularly like as an individual. Lots of other people like the work. I have read too much negative to be questioning it. So I would just say make sure you do your research, and this is why it's really important to do some research on the authors that you are getting from, to make sure that what they are teaching is what it is that you would like to learn, and also possibly about how other people in the community think about them as well. Let's just say within the community there's been a few issues over the years, and just bear that in mind. academia is in the heart, the lessons are hidden everywhere. It's true. Like, I just love every single day just being able to learn something, anything. I don't care what it is. I just want to learn something. And it's like any little snippet. Like, people have said to me so many times, why'd you buy so many beginner books? Because every beginner book has the same information in it. And I'm like, technically, that's not true. A lot of the information might be similar, but there's always these tiny nuggets of nuanced information in every single book. Like, every practitioner, even if they think they have a copy and paste practice of someone else, everyone is so unique. And so getting to read individual people's books, yes, the information might be really similar to the last beginner book that you read, but you get these little snippets of someone's personality blending in with the practice, and I think it's just lovely to see that. And I am very lucky in that I have the ability to get lots of books, because it is for the YouTube channel, that I get to grab all these like little tiny bits of information, and it's really nice. I'm like, what are those little cleaning crab things? I forget what they're called. You know, the Finding Nemo, how it's in the cleaner ones. I feel like that, just like grabbing little bits of information. That was a weird analogy, but that's kind of what it feels like. So yeah, I'm a sucker for it. Anything I can learn, even if I read a book and there's only one line in it that is amazing, that to me is something that I've gotten out of it that day, and like I am therefore. Were you a librarian in a past life? That would be so cool. I saw a video of this lady who'd been given one of those scanner machines for Christmas by her boyfriend or husband. I don't know who it was, but I'm so tempted to get one. It allows you to scan the QR code on books, and it automatically inputs it into a system. That sounds amazing. I get to scan all of my books, and then it alphabetizes it all for me. That sounds like the best thing ever. And then I get to see everything alphabetized, and it's all right there on a screen, and anytime I get a new book I can go boop. that looks like so much fun. I feel like I must have been a librarian in a past. I feel like I must have had something that involved like scanning machines, beep, because I'm a sucker for it. Anything like that I love. And then I did some research, and you can get like 1D scanners or 2D scanners, and a 1D scanner only does physical like scanner codes, but if you get a 2D scanner, it does digital barcodes and QR codes. And I don't know why that bit of information has stayed in my brain. My brain is a mass of random useless information, and I'm okay with that. Book booping is the new hobby. It would be. Honest, I'd have so much fun. I'd be like offering to catalogue other people's libraries, because like if I get to see books and go boop, 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 that would be amazing. Library degree. Wait, you can get library degrees? That's a thing? I don't know if we have that here. Every librarian I've ever met is just like, they just decided one day to be a librarian. You can get a library degree? I'm looking this up. Yes. No way. Wait, Sheffield, Aberystwyth, Liverpool, Glasgow, Dundee, Robert Gordon, Manchester, University College London, and West Dean College all do a library studies degree. Cool! That's really cool. That's amazing. I've learned something new today. I'm happy. That's so cool. Oh my god. I could do like an MPhil and then do a library degree. That sounds so cool. You should be an auditor. You could scan shit all day and get paid for it. That doesn't sound that bad, honestly. Oh, that's cool. In doing library sciences, you can also choose a speciality. You may be someone who just wants to do research. Oh, that sounds amazing. Honestly, I was lucky. We went to Oxford last year, and we got to see the Bodleian Library. Now, oh my God. Okay, has anyone seen Saltburn? probably a dangerous question to ask that, actually. If you've seen Saltburn, some of the first scenes in the library, that's the Bodleian Library in Oxford. If you've seen Willy Wonka, the new one, that's also Oxford, that kind of area, and also Harry Potter, dare I mention it, you know my opinion on it, but also the library scene is done in the Bodleian Library, and they have a chained library. I've only seen 2 chained libraries in my entire life. They have a chained library, and I walked into the Bodleian Library and I went, I don't care what I do, I have to be studying something in here. I don't care what it is. Chain libraries, yeah. So there's one in Wells. So if you can go to Wells Cathedral, they have a chain library that's open some days of the week upstairs. You can't access it fully, it's sealed, but essentially it's where the books were so expensive that they didn't want people to be stealing them, so they have chained the books to the bookshelves, so you can pull it, it's long enough to pull it onto the table below and read it, but it's not so long that you can move with it. So chained libraries, and they have I just, wow, it's just amazing. Just libraries, books, old things. I want my house to look like the Bodleian Library. It's amazing. Like, if you ever have the chance to see a chained library, so good. I think the one in Wells is the country's oldest chained library, and it's one of the last few remaining ones, and it's amazing. No, but I've seen Discovery of Witches. It's in that. I've never seen it. I don't have Sky, so I've never seen it, but now I'm gonna have to. That's genuinely so cool. I'm American, so I can't see it. What I'll have to do is I have some old unused vlog footage from years ago. My vlogs on my channel never ever do very well. I know in advance that they're not going to, but I think I have some footage of the chained library. If I can find photos of it, I'll try to post them on Instagram for anyone who's interested and who wants to see it themselves. It's amazing, and yes, it does make me want to. And actually, when I was in the chained library in Wells, I said, one day I really want to be able to have like a research lab, like an occult research library, and have all the books be chained, like even if they're new books. I just think that would be a really interesting concept, to have a chained library. I just think that would be so cool. Amazing. Books. Books. Sometimes I wonder, should I do another book video? I feel like all I do is book videos. And then I realised that, like, that's because I just really like them. And it seems like a lot of other people like them too. So, in the US, you have to have a master's. That's so weird, because here you don't. Here it's a 3-year degree, because I think in America it's a 4-year degree. I think. So here it's a 3-year degree, and then you can do your master's, which is usually 1 or 2 years, and then you can go on to do your PhD if you want to, or another master's if you want to do. I would, honestly, I've been so tempted to just become like a permanent student, just do master's degree after master's degree after master's degree, because it sounds so fun. I just love, here's how ridiculous I was, right? I love lectures. Like, I would go to lectures that I wasn't even doing, just because I love getting to see people with knowledge on a subject talk about it. I take so many notes. Even if I'm not doing anything with it, I will just take so many notes. I'm a sucker for it. If I could spend just like several hours a day just going to lectures, that would be amazing. That would be so cool. Oh my goodness, I have not looked at any of these, so I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. I got so sucked into talking about libraries. Thank you so much. I am going to butcher your name, and I'm so sorry. Sir Ming? I'm really sorry. Please correct me, and I really want to be able to get it right. I live in a different time zone, and it's so rare that I can catch you live. It's 7:45 a.m. Wow, that is dedication. Thank you so much for being willing to get up early and come onto the stream. And thank you so much to Evelyn. Thank you so much. I'm just glad that you appreciate the content and that you like it. But yeah, there are some levels of librarian that you don't require a master's. Ooh, interesting. I loved your lockdown vlogs. Oh, thank you so much. I've kind of been tempted to bring some vlogs back again, but I know that they're not that popular. I maybe need to even put them on a separate channel that's just like the traveling videos, because then it's a set audience that is going to like that content. The only problem is that it's really hard to pay bills on a secondary channel, so I don't know how I do that, but I could listen to Ronald Hutton all day. Same. Okay, if you haven't, or if you don't already know, check out the Last Tuesday Society. So the Last Tuesday Society is in London, and it is an absinthe bar. Oh, I read your name right. Thank you so much. I'm so glad. Thank you for telling me. And it's an absinthe bar and an oddities museum in London, and it's run by a very, very kind, very nice, very eccentric man called Victor Wind. And he has an online, they're on Eventbrite, and also in person, talks. And I'm part of his Patreon, and they post talks every week or so, and you can also just pay and go and see them. I think it's about £5-6. You can go and listen to the talks, and Ronald Hutton does several talks a year for them, and I'm there, laptop's there, I get the entire family, and everyone's like, I don't really care that much, and I'm like, I don't care, I care, and you're gonna have to watch it with me. And I will sit, and I have my notepad, and I'm taking like hundreds of notes. If you're anything like me and you like lectures, Last Tuesday Society, amazing. It's just the Last Tuesday Society, and I'm really wanting to go. I'm so tempted to go this year. I've not been to London in years, but I'm so tempted. So tempted. Would you ever do a house tour? I'd love to see how you've decorated. I would do like bits of a house tour. Honestly, trust me, you don't want to see all of it. I'm currently sort of having my bathroom done. I'm currently missing part of a bathroom wall. So maybe I'll have to do like bits and pieces. I'll be honest, nowhere is as pretty as this section here is the bit that's done, so that you can see it when I'm filming. The rest of the house has not quite the same aesthetic. Well, I try to make it the same aesthetic. I don't necessarily succeed. So that's the try, to get the rest of it nice. But I might show like bits and pieces. I'm candle's just gone out. It has. I am meant to be answering other questions, and I've got distracted talking about libraries. What's going to happen though is any questions that were on the pre-asked thing, I will either get to them in another stream, or in some cases what I might do is I might have an entire pre-filmed video where I can fully deep dive into some of the topics, or I can do them in a group. Let me know what you would like, because I can do them in like a pre-filmed Q&A video where I'm answering questions. I can group questions together that are of a similar theme and put them in a video, like a pre-filmed video that's there whenever for when you want to watch it. It's not quite as long as 4 hours 20 minutes. Or I can do individual videos on topics. I can do that as well if that's what people would like. So just let me know. I like doing what you guys like doing the best. I'm flexible. I can adapt. But yeah, I'd love to see a get ready with me video. It's another one of those where I loved the idea of doing them. I loved doing them during lockdown. I thought it was really fun. Maybe I should bring back the other channel, the Hearth channel, and have that be the vlog, traveling, my personal kind of channel that's not just witchcraft themed. I don't know if anyone would be particularly interested in that, but if you would like more like vlog, like I will do vlog content on this channel, but it mostly has to be like pagan centric. So like the Witchcraft Museum, for instance, or Glastonbury. Whereas I love traveling to lots of places, and I never really show it. I did think of doing it before. I thought of doing it last month, and I filmed a video, and then I went, I don't want to post it. What if people don't like me? And then the little part of my brain goes, but people must like you because you have a YouTube channel. I'm like, that's maybe true. But then the other part of my brain is going, but they like their content, not different content. I'm like, yes. That is true also. So I don't know. I do have a second channel. I haven't posted on it since lockdown. So more outtakes and bloopers. Love the traveling video. So yeah, I might do that because I go to a lot of Like I went to Oxford last year. That was, if you're in the UK and you have the chance to go to Oxford, they have the biggest library. I think it's the biggest bookshop in the world, I think. Oh my God, it's so right. I'm overly excited. I can't get the words out. So from the front, I think it's the oldest bookshop in, I'm gonna have to check this. Oxford Library, Oxford. Where is it? Not the Bodleian, that's not what I'm after. I'm after the oldest bookshop. What's it called? 10 bookshops in Oxford. There's a lot of bookshops in Oxford. Yeah, it's this one. So it's called Blackwell's Bookshop in Oxford. And from the front, I did get video footage of this, so I might have to show you, but from the front, it's like a small little bookshop. You don't think anything of it. It's got an upstairs, it's got a coffee shop. You're thinking, oh, this is really nice, this is lovely, this is just a cute little bookshop. And then we saw this man walk downstairs and we were like, oh, I wonder where that goes. You walk downstairs and you are in the biggest bookshop you have ever seen. It is huge. Like, you are looking at it from the stairs and you're thinking, oh my God, this is actually massive. The shop upstairs is like really small. They must own like half the street underground. It is like ginormous. It was amazing. And yet I didn't post it on the channel because like, I'm like, I don't think that's witchcraft related enough. So maybe that's the kind of thing where I need to post it on the Hearth channel. I need to try and get into it again because I don't actually remember how to get into it. But I need to post like those kind of videos on there if anyone's interested. Have you ever heard or tried the magnetic cat eye nail polish? So this is something I tried years and years ago because it's been in China. One of the two for a very, very long time. And I used to get like nail stuff sent over. I used to use a lot of gel nail polish. I'm trying to ease off it now a little bit, but I really want to try it again because like they've got so many new colours now that they never had before. Before it was like blue, purple, pink, silver and gold, and that was it. Now they've got green, and I'm a sucker for green. We might have noticed this. So I really want to try that, but I also like don't want to. I'm trying to not use gel nail polish for a while, but I'm so tempted. I will literally watch anything. I'm like that with some people as well. There's some people on YouTube where I don't care what they post. I will watch anything. Rachel Maxey, I don't care what she posts. I am watching it probably multiple times. Like, she's my comfort YouTuber. I will watch it. Sorted Food. I don't even really cook that much. I will watch anything that they watch. I will watch anything that they post. I don't care what it is. I will watch anything because I just love the content. I went to this huge bookshop in Portland. It has at least 4 floors. Oh my God, I was told about this the other day. I was told about that exact giant bookshop. I'm so envious. Oh my goodness, it looks amazing. Like, actually amazing. I'm a danger though. I literally had an appointment yesterday and I was so proud of myself, like pat on the back for making it to my appointment on time because I was nearly late. And when I came out, I was like, you know what? I'm going to treat myself. I went into the nearest bookshop and I was like, I'm just gonna get the new book. I'm just gonna get the new book by Ali Hazelwood. That's all I'm gonna come out with. And then I came out with a book on fungi and 3 books in a discount section. And then I'm walking home and it's raining and they asked me if I wanted a bag and I said no, because of course I did, saving the planet. I'm walking home and I'm like stuffing all these books under my jacket because I posted something on Instagram the other day that's like, I might have a book addiction, but at least it's not something worse. And I felt that truly when I was walking home in the rain and people were looking at me as I was walking up the street like a little goblin creature, like hunched over my books, desperately trying to keep them dry. It's actually a problem. Oh dear. Right, it has been it's 4.5 hours and I'm so do I keep answering questions or do I just enjoy this like little chill out session? I'm not sure. I will obviously still answer a few, but like I have this giant list. and I haven't got through. I was like, this is not enough questions. I need to write more than this. And then now I've like not answered enough of them, I don't think. But any that I haven't answered, I will put in other videos. Make a list of your favourite authors, even non-witchcraft ones. See, that's what I would probably put on the other channel, is if because I read a lot of books. Like, this year I'm trying really hard to alternate between one novel, one witchcraft book, one novel, one witchcraft book. It's not working very well. I started a series and now I'm invested. So that might have to go in like another channel where it's more of like a personal. I'm always so self-conscious doing it though. I hide behind the educational content a lot because I find it very awkward. I'm a very awkward person anyway. But I find like that kind of content is really difficult for me to make. It's not difficult for me to make, but it's very nerve-wracking to post, because then it relies on someone liking you for who you are instead of liking you for the content. And I find it much easier to be of value when I'm creating content that is of value instead of it just being me talking to myself. I don't know. So yeah, I need to pick myself up and have the courage to start doing that. Any other witchcraft YouTubers that you recommend? I say this every time and it's so difficult. It sounds awful, right? It sounds terrible, but I don't watch any, and that's not because I don't think that any are good. I actually follow a lot on different, well, not a lot, I follow a few on other platforms, and I think that they're really, really great. But what I don't want to happen, and it's something that I really want to avoid, is replicating someone else's opinion, someone else's kind of topic, even inadvertently, because I've watched someone else's content. I really want to avoid doing that because I feel like it can become a lot of an echo chamber anyway. You've got a lot of books that read a lot like other books. Now you've got AI that sounds like literally other books. But I tend to not watch other content, and it's not because I don't like them. It's because I don't want to replicate them inadvertently. And I also need downtime because obviously, like, this is my job, but then I have a witchcraft shop that's also my job. And then I practice witchcraft, which is my hobby. Let's call it a special interest with flair, because it's like my entire life. And so if I were to then sit on the sofa at night and then watch other witchcraft content, I think I might actually start kind of going a bit bonkers. I think I need to watch something else. But I do follow several people's channels that I really like. I obviously don't know the breadth of people, but Olivia, the Witch of Wonderlust, absolutely lovely person. I've heard amazing things about her channel. Mystic Dylan's social media, he doesn't have a YouTube, I don't think, but amazing content on Instagram, and he's just really, really funny. Who else do we have? Chaotic Witch Aunt is obviously one that is very popular for very obvious reasons. And who else do we have? The Norse Witch. Oh, actually, that ties in. Someone asked me, can you recommend any books from Norse deities? And I can firmly say that I personally can't, but I would recommend checking out the Norse Witch's channel, because much more suited to giving recommendations and very good content. So I will tick that off my list, because I don't follow any myself, but another apparently amazing channel. Who else do we have? Let's have a look. I have like a whole, I've forgotten her name. I feel terrible. Why have I forgotten her name? My name and it's Civ. Brain, names, Civ. Ivy the Occultist. That's it. There you go. Another one. I had amazing things. Absolutely amazing things. And I wish I could watch a whole bunch of people, but I know that I would have no free time. I would have like no downtime whatsoever, and I think that's kind of unhealthy. that is where my boundary gets drawn. And some people assume that it's because I don't like other people and their content, but I do. It's just I need boundaries. Yes, Ivy the occultist. What did I say? Did I not say You know when your brain works too fast for your... I might not have said... Did I say Ivy the occultist? Yes. Oh yeah, Alwyn Oak is another one that I've heard amazing things about as well. Like, it's also really nice people. Like, the witchcraft community is honestly so lovely. Everyone is an amazing person, and they're just really, really lovely. And so I feel bad for not watching people's content, but yeah, I did say Ivy the occultist. Okay, I don't know if anyone else has done this. When you're like reading and speaking at the same time, sometimes you can speak what you've read, and I tend to go and merge like a whole bunch of words together, and sometimes I'll like say half of what I mean and then miss the other half off entirely, and that's what I was worried that I did, but no, I didn't. I apparently said it. Yeah, so many people. So if you have recommendations for people that other people should watch, feel free to put them in the comment section and in the chat. Like, that would honestly be great. And I need to, I almost need to set aside a bit of time to check other people out, just so that I can have people that I can recommend, because while I might like all of these people personally, and you might follow them on social media and occasionally chat to them, I very rarely watch people. What about a live stream with those other women mentioned? Oh, people. I don't think you realize, people. Like, this is fine, right? This is fine because I am talking to a small webcam with blue lights on it. I'm not talking to anyone right now except myself. But when there's other people involved, that's when it gets scary. I have the social ability of a cautious, very, very shy 10-year-old. I am that kid that hides behind people because I don't like social interaction. That was me as a child. And I love the idea of it. Like, I adore the idea of like sitting down and like having a chat with people and like even meeting people in person. That would be amazing. Absolutely terrifying. But then I remember what I'm like, and then I realize that is not the same as the person who's like talking to myself, because yeah, you are just words on a screen. Like, obviously I recognize that you are people, and I love the fact that you are watching, but right this second it hasn't quite kicked into my brain that you are like a person that I'm talking to. And honestly, that's probably a good thing, because if I realize that, I might not be able to do it. Like, oh my god, that would be amazing. A collaborative witch adventure series at historic sites across the land. It could be the adventure of a century. I would love to do that. I need to be able to drive and to be able to go places. That's on my like to-do list, so that I can go places and meet people there. Like, that would be amazing. Like, meeting up with fellow creators and even like meeting other people and experiencing cool places. Like, that would be so cool. Like, I think that would just be amazing. But then like people I don't think it would be so bad if like I knew people first, and like I could like chat with them before like filming and stuff. I think that would maybe be less of a problem. But like, I would really struggle otherwise, because I don't know why I do it. It's just something that I've always done when meeting new people, is I tend to mirror their own personality back at them again. I've just always done it when meeting new people, which is fine if you are just meeting them, right? If you're just meeting them and no one else is seeing it, no one realizes, right? But when you're being filmed and all of a sudden you change personalities, then like people will notice that I'm literally just mirroring what someone else is doing back at me again. And like I don't know how to do that in relation to a camera. I don't know. Honestly, I have. Are you neurodivergent? I've got no idea. I've got no clue. But yeah, oh my god, that sounds amazing. You could all have like a little witchy creator coffee catch-up kind of thing and then just start filming halfway through. Yeah, honestly, maybe. But I would probably still be... See, I was the person in a friendship group that didn't say anything. I was the person that let everyone else speak and then I would just listen, which is not the most conducive to a conversation. Like, it's not conducive at all to a conversation whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, I love the idea of doing that, like being able to go to like significant places. It's like people ask all the time, like, are you going to do any more workshops? Like, are you going to do any more talks? And like, I love the idea of it, but people bad. No, people not bad. Social interaction bad, people good. Yeah, I think a lot of people do it. Like, the whole like mirroring thing is that people do it all the time anyway. In that, like, you always want to have like a good impression on someone, and you often think, well, people like themselves typically, therefore they must like themselves enough to like you if you act like them. And so it takes me a while to kind of like get to the point where I feel comfortable with someone, and then when I do, I am bouncing off the walls most of the time. But it takes me like a while to get to that point, and I never know how to do interviews, filmed conversations. Like, I've been asked, like, people, I've had emails being like, would you like to do this interview? I'm like, yes. Am I able to do said interview? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not happening. People, camera, no control over edit. No, not happening. Oh no, I'm a massive introvert. I will quite happily spend all of my time just in my own thoughts, and I'm fine with that. I have like a very small group of people that I am really close friends with. By really small, I do mean really small. And that's about all I can manage, because then I talk to people all the time. Like, when I'm at an event, and I talk to people a lot. When I get home, I then never want to talk to anyone ever again for at least a few days. And then it kind of all comes back again. Honestly, it's just nice to see that other people are well, some people are like this as well. Like, I had always let other people talk and I'd sit in the background. It took me a long time to learn to contribute. Yeah, like, same. I was always a side character in friendship groups, and I don't mean that to say that people like excluded me, but more like I always felt like, I don't know how to describe it. I always felt like I was interacting with people through like a sheet of glass. I don't know if that's going to make any sense whatsoever, where you are present in that situation, like you're there and you're like listening to conversation, you are like a part of that conversation, but it feels like you're not in the conversation like everyone else is in the conversation. It feels like I'm almost like observing a conversation, and yeah, I'll like chime in occasionally, but I tend to sit more on the sidelines than be like a present thing in that. Yeah, and then because I'm not used to being in conversation, when I do start talking, people, it's like weird and it throws off the flow, and I'm like, you know what, never mind, I'm fine. I'm like, I'm just gonna scoot myself back here and continue reading my book, and I will be fine with that. Yeah, because books, plants, home, a fire, in a fireplace, of course, not an uncontrolled one. Good. That is good. We'll be happy with that. What do you think of the NPC people? Is there such a thing, and does it mean that there are artificially people around us? I have never heard of this. What is this? NPC people? I mean, I know what an NPC is, but like, NPC people? As in, like, there are some people that exist that are just NPCs? Weird. That's such a strange thought. I mean, it kind of wouldn't surprise me. A lot of songwriters and authors are observers, introverts. Yeah, and I've always loved writing for that exact reason. I'm the kind of person where I will sit in a coffee shop window and I will see like 30 seconds of someone walking past and their interactions with other people. And then I will just create like an entire story of like what they're doing or where they're going. And people watching sounds really creepy, but I like taking a snippet of someone's life and then like transforming it into like its own like story. And then I'd write it down into short stories and then save it never to be seen ever again for as long as I live. Because that's what I do. But I definitely think that I don't know if anyone has seen those videos of like introverted dogs, like a meetup of introverted dogs, and it's just like 15 dogs just all standing still, just like looking at each other really awkwardly. I feel like that's what introverts are like. And then after about 4 meetups of everyone not saying anything, all of a sudden everything just is chaos and everyone's talking about everything. That I feel is what introverts are like. Like when you get to know someone enough, you just don't stop talking, but up until that point you don't say anything. Like you are the awkward person who's always just like drawing. Like I was that kid in class, there was always one, wasn't there, where any time a teacher went, and today we're doing art, and everyone would turn to look at me because I was the kid that was always like doodling on stuff. I feel like at that point, I think everyone realized in that situation that we were not meant to be extroverts. Are you sure you're making up stories and not physically picking up something? No, I mean, a lot of people ended up becoming pirates or like superheroes in disguise, or they had like some sordid, twisted secret that they were keeping from the world, like that kind of story. So, I mean, maybe the world is more interesting than I think, and all of those things were actually true, but I do suspect that was just me imagining things and just being creative and all of that. So, I don't know. I love the idea of like having a series. This is how awkward I am. I can't even talk to a camera when it's just me and I'm outside, because if there's other people around that have the ability to perceive me, I don't like talking to a camera. So I love the idea of being able to go to all these like cool places and go to Pendle and go to like the village where Sybil Leek lived, and like they have all the witchcraft shops there. Like I think it would be amazing to be able to go and experience all that and film it with other practitioners. That would be so cool. And then I remember that like I have to be perceived, and that if everyone else would just disappear for a while, that would be great. Have you looked into autism? I mean, it's been a tossed around subject, and yeah, I don't really know. And honestly, any wait list now is like, I think I was told that it's 3 to 5 years. And what I don't want is to end up being like, people are throwing around a lot right now the whole like, oh, it's just because you're only thinking about it because it's trendy. And I know that isn't the case. You know, a lot of people are, you know, genuinely realizing things about themselves. I just don't know if I'm just mirroring other people. That's the problem I get to. I get to the point where I don't even know if I'm just mirroring other people, or if like, I don't know. Difficult to understand. Think of Ozzy Osbourne and his son Jack's road trip videos. You can do it. They are such a chaotic duo. Do you ever seem to get a bit more wacky and cookie after midnight, the witching hour? I do. Yeah, the best conversations are like 1 a.m. conversations, at least in my experience, but I'm absolutely a night owl, which probably helps. I have no idea whether I should continue answering questions or if I should just continue this chat until the end of the stream. I don't know. Go on a road trip with Sharon Osbourne. That would be one interesting road trip, that's for sure. I would love actually to do like ghost things, because I know that Jack Osborne does a lot of like ghost shows and stuff, and then they did the oh, I forget what it's called, but it was a show that he did with like his Ozzy and Sharon, and they're like sitting on a sofa like being shown like weird clips, and that was just so much fun to watch. And like I love the idea of getting to go to places and kind of do that kind of ghosty thing. I don't know, I don't know how I'd ever be able to do it, but it's like a dream to be able to do that. That would be so cool. So it is 10 to, well, it's 20 past actually, but it's 4 hours 50 minutes, and I'm gonna have to come off at some point, because I know someone said, do you have a drink? I actually have 2 around me. I hate drinking on camera. It is something I absolutely despise doing. It might be, maybe it's the whole perception thing. I don't know. I don't like drinking on camera. So when I get off stream, I have like water beforehand and then I have water afterwards. Yeah, I will go do that afterwards. Real paranormal investigators that are magical folk. That's the thing. I would love to be able to go somewhere, and I know I've said this a lot in previous streams, and perceive what it's like as a practitioner, because I think we've all seen it. Ghost adventures. You're guilty of this. Oh, well, this place is haunted because a witch did something here. Are you sure? Are you sure that's the actual reason? Oh, well, this place is cursed because 300 years ago a witch did this. Are you positive? Are you actually certain of that? Because I don't think that's necessarily true. How do you know? Do you have records of it? Probably not. And they're always blaming practitioners, and they do it all the time. It's not just them. There's so many shows where they're like, oh, and down in this basement, down at this basement they did fire rituals. Are you sure? Why a basement? That seems like a really bad place to do a fire ritual. Underneath a wooden house in a basement. I don't think that happened. Honestly? Oh, the graffiti on the walls means that a witch was here. Are you positive? Definitely wasn't a teenager with a spray can. Absolutely sure of it. And I just really want to do one and actually like properly see if we can get to the roots of some of these like witchcraft related superstition like based locations, because I'm sure a lot of it will be absolute nonsense. Because like if you were to actually pick apart the stories and then compare it to the practices of the area during the time, I guarantee that they aren't even related whatsoever. Like it's all like witches were here sacrificing babies. I'm like, are you sure? That doesn't seem to fit any of the records that we have. Are you sure you aren't just perceiving witchcraft through the eyes of your religion? In which case, you should really try to be less biased. Oh, thank you so much, Star Search. Oh, you got here late, but it's fine. We're still here. We're still here. I probably shouldn't be. I'm trying to use this tea light as a timer, and it went out like an hour ago, and I'm still here. I'm still here, and it's fine. Most Haunted was hilarious for their fake stories. I love Most Haunted. I'm such a sucker for it. I saw Most Haunted live a few months ago. It was so good. I love it. It's that show that I always go back to again and again, and they're on YouTube, and I love watching their videos. It's great. And I don't know. I know that they have had like issues and stuff, but I definitely think there's passion there for the subject, and I think they're just so entertaining to watch. Margam Castle does ghost tours. It's neat, even just for the owls and deers there. Oh, that sounds so cool. There's so many places I would love to go at night and do like a ghost tour. One place is what is it? York. Why did I forget York? You can do ghost tours in York, and it's just like amazing. I've never been. I'd love to go through all the, is it called the Shambles? I think it is. And you can go through it at night on a ghost tour, and I think that just sounds absolutely amazing. And one day I'm gonna have to do that. you need to invite me on some of your trips. See, I don't mind doing that in the future. The thing is, at the minute, because I have no way of getting anywhere by myself, I have to rely on other people. And so I end up like never being able to, I'd love to just go on like day trips and just like explore like interesting places. Like I really want to go to Pendle. Like I really want to go to Pendle, and I will go one day. One day I will make it, and I would absolutely love to experience it, especially at night. I think that would be amazing. If you had a ghost investigation show, it would be so much better, especially because there'd be so much more you would debunk. See, that's the thing, is that you'd think that I'd be like super skeptical and not believing any of it, but the thing is that I have experienced real things so often that there's no way that I could be skeptical at this point. And so I just wish ghost shows spent less time on the drama of it all and more time actually looking into the history. Because my favourite bits about like the places that they go to, because if you've seen my Instagram, you know I love going to old ass places. I love learning the history of them. Even if a ghost show never actually experienced anything haunted, I would just love to learn the history and the dark history of a particular location, and then the ghost stories that are believed to be there. And if anything does happen, that's like a cherry on top for me. What I don't like is when someone bumps into something and they're all like, oh my God, it was a demon. And I'm like, is it, or did someone just kick a chair leg? Like, it's not that I'm skeptical that ghosts are real, it's that I find a lot of the shows amp up what's happening for the purpose of the show, which I understand why they have to do it. It's just, yeah. I drive, you know this. I know you do. I should probably go places more. Right, I'm going to answer a few more questions just before the end, and then let's see, because there was one in here somewhere. Have you read the book Miracle Mastery by David DeBold? I haven't. No. It's definitely one that I am going to check out, because I saw it. It might have been you that actually posted it on the community tab list. So it's one that I'm going to check out, but I have given myself the agreement that I'm going to try to read the books I have first. So it's on the list. How do you balance respect and disagreement with someone else's beliefs? It's easy to still act nice and be pleasant, but how do you maintain that respect? For me, it firmly comes down to how they are going about it as well. I am content with, not in all instances, but in some instances, I am content with agree to disagree, especially when it comes to like spiritual beliefs and stuff. I don't need you to believe what I believe, and I don't need to believe what you believe. But what I struggle with, and I will respect someone perfectly if they have differing beliefs. If, however, they start talking down at me, or they start getting really, really pushy, then I tend to say, like, I'm fine with you believing what you're believing, but like, samesies should be happeningsies. And I get them on YouTube a lot. The Christians, I'll say it as it is, it's Christians. Not all, I'm going to emphasize that, like 1%. Same with most communities, you're always going to have bad eggs. Most of the time I will delete the comments and not respond to them and just ignore them entirely. I did have one that I responded to a few weeks ago. I just woke up and I was in a sassy mood and I was like, I'm going to respond to you. And to me, it's not usually about what is said. It's about how it's said. And I think that is what makes a big difference. And I think that is where the line is crossed between someone that you can respectfully disagree with and someone where you have to say, okay, hang on a minute. Like, you can have your beliefs, but please stop minimizing, juvenilizing. Please stop talking to me like I'm an idiot who doesn't know any better. Like, that is where that line of respect needs to be drawn, I think. And sometimes all it takes is just a question, and it's like, you know, just want to say this is how this is making me feel. I'm okay with still having a conversation, but please, like, let's keep this respectful. And that's usually all it takes. Usually. Trying to figure out where I was. Could anyone answer my question about bells for me? I haven't. Would you be able to post that again for me? Because I can't see that anywhere. Where is that? I don't know, but in the meantime, thank you so much, Gus. Thank you so much. I made a witch's ladder using storm magic. Every time it thundered, I put that sound in a knot. How long do you think this ladder will remain powerful? Ooh, I like the sound of that. I might have to try that. Not till summer, because it doesn't storm here till summer, but that sounds amazing. It really is going to depend. Because I don't have any personal experience with using this technique, I can't tell directly how long it's going to last. You're probably looking at least a few months, I'd say. In about 3 months, maybe check how the energy's feeling. Might need to top it up if you have the chance to have another storm where it can literally just charge in the energy. But I'd say at least 3 months, maybe even longer, because if you've got multiple knots, that's then going to amplify that a lot more, and it's going to take longer to drain that energy. So I'd check it in about 3 months and then see if you might need to add a little bit more into it just to give it some gusto again. Can I hang them in multiple places in my home in regard to bells? I have them on my front door, but I have special items from my late grandmother that are for my boys, and I wanted to make special ones for their rooms. Yeah, I mean, bells are useful anywhere. I have a set of witches' bells hanging on this door, but you can have bells really anywhere, and they kind of work in multiple useful ways, actually, in terms of witchcraft, because they can help cleanse a space every single time they ring, but they can also help with offering you additional protection, of letting you know when something is present in that space. The bells will often ring. Like, I've had this happen where I'll just be sitting and all of a sudden I'll hear a bell ringing and I'm like, okay, that's new. And so they can be anywhere, especially on places of significance is particularly good. So bedroom doors. I have it on this door that you can't see because this is where, like, my workspace ends and the rest of my house begins, and so I like having that kind of division, but anywhere is good. Any tips on where to find black scrying mirrors? Ideally, try small businesses. I know there's a few on Etsy. If you are seeing, however, stock images repeated time and time again, they are wholesale and probably not the best companies. But there's quite a few that I have seen recently on Etsy, and lots of small businesses will carry them. Crystal shops will often have them on request. And if you can find any occult shops, they will probably be in there as well. What is a witch's bell as opposed to regular bells? Can we see it? Yeah, of course. Let me get it. Okay. I actually have 2 sets. I'll get the other set. Okay, 2 sets. So if anyone comes to a show, by the way, I sell these ones. These ones I didn't sell, but these ones I sell. So the difference is the intention. This is going to get very loud. The difference is that the intention that they're created for. So witches' bells are typically a protection item, in that they are designed to ring to alert to anything unusual. The sound is also often used in kind of cleansing purposes and all that stuff. So I have this one, which is kind of tangled up. It did go on the wall, which has got little bells. Sorry about that. That one's very loud. Little bells and big bells. Bearing in mind here, I will ban people if they're going to start being weird. I am not opposed to banning people. And then these ones are a little bit lighter. And so these ones sit on my, they're on my door so that I have that kind of protection in between. I could actually switch them out though. I might move them to different places around the house. But the difference is mostly that they are created with a specific intention rather than it just being a bell that exists. So yeah, I think that I'm going to end the 5-year stream at 5 hours and 5 minutes. So I have 3 whole minutes just to say, honestly, thank you so much to everyone who has joined the stream. It means a lot to me every time that people decide to join them and just chat with me. I absolutely love getting to talk to everyone, and as the stream goes on, it tends to lose all format. So if in any doubt, if you want to chat, join the stream like 3 hours in, and it's inevitably going to descend into absolute chaos. And some of the people who watch the streams are people who have been here, and I've seen their usernames from the very start of the channel. I mean, I started this channel in 2018, which is absolutely bonkers to me how long that is. And so thank you so much to everyone who watches and sticks around, and anyone who likes the video. It massively helps me. Comments on it massively helps me. Anyone who subscribes means a lot, and anyone who's donated. I know it everyone interacting with it makes a big difference, but it genuinely means that I can continue doing this, and that means so much to me that people are wanting and willing to support me in that way. So thank you so much. For reference, if you would like to ask a question in advance, on the community tab, there is a kind of a, not form, but there's a post there where you can write all of your questions, and I'm going to slowly work my way through them during the live streams, slotting them in where I can. I've answered a good few tonight, so I'm going to heart all the ones that I've already answered, so then people can figure out which stream their video is currently in, which stream their question is currently in. All of the streams are posted afterwards, so if you miss anything out, feel free to join in after the fact and watch all the way through. I know a lot of people watch them while cleaning and all that stuff. So yeah, thank you very much for honestly just spending time with me. That means a lot. And I'm hoping to have a few interesting videos coming out in the next few weeks. I'm trying to get some really good ones edited. I know that my last few have been kind of hit or miss, so I'm hoping to get some really interesting ones out. And thank you so much to all of the mods, because they give up so much of their free time to sit here and interact with everyone and make sure everyone stays safe, and it means a lot that people are willing to do that. So yeah, thank you so much, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, I'm gonna go have a drink now and some chips because I'm hungry. Okay, bye. Outro.